stars fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets ring clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, saved us that star-spangled banner yet wave. For the land of the free. And the home of the brave. Oh, America, it is the greatest country in the world. I said, America, it is the greatest country in the world. Yes, it is. And still we can see as the years have gone by, there's a dream in our land, like a flame that keeps burning, and the lantern of hope from the harbor still shines. Those who seek freedom's dream to its light are still turning. Now we look to the sky and we lift up our eyes, for we know in the dawn we shall see our flag. This is our star-spangled banner wave. For the land of the Oh, God bless America!
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the
No, just shoot me a text when you want me done.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan startled Americans and the world and cost the lives of
Caroline Levitt. Caroline, this is history.
It is. Tonight is
an epic night for America, and especially for President Trump and his campaign. You know, driving here today, I was thinking President Trump has been campaigning really for 10 years now, and this is his closing message to the American people tonight in his home city, where he built the skyline as it exists today. It's the last week of this historic campaign, and he's giving his closing argument to the American people tonight about how he is going to fix all of the problems that Kamala Harris created. And as you can feel in this arena tonight, the energy is palpable, the spirit is real. President Trump has the momentum in this race right now.
You know, people forget that after 9/11, it was President Trump who helped rebuild New York City and bring it back to its former glory. The very next day he went out there, he was down at ground zero in the rubble. I remember I was a production assistant back in the day for CBS News. He hired workers with money out of his own pocket to find survivors. What do you think about the fact that every time he's been back here lately, they try to come after him, the political persecution, and here he is coming back. He's a Queens boy, he's a New York City boy, and he's bringing it all back home.
Well, I think the people of New York are waking up to the fact that Democrat politicians have been ripping them off for decades. You look at the sanctuary city, weak on crime, defund the police policies that have really destroyed New York, which is an iconic city, the media capital of the world. And that really hurts President Trump because he loves this city and he doesn't want to see it decayed. And that's part of the reason he's here tonight, to make his pitch to New Yorkers, but again, to all Americans in the final days of this campaign. And it even means more knowing that for 6 weeks this summer, the radical Democrats in this city, Alvin Bragg, who is a far-left district attorney, had President Trump locked up in a courtroom for 6 weeks. And look at where we are today. We're 9 days away from the election, and he is leading in all of the polls, just showing that the efforts that were made by the left to weaponize our justice system, they didn't work, and they won't work.
Everywhere Trump goes, people love him. He can go into Deep Blue, Bronx, Queens, Harlem, you name it, the barbershops, and people love him. What goes through your mind when you see that kind of respect, that kind of love for President Trump?
Well, it just shows that President Trump is the greatest political leader this country has ever seen. And he's built more than a campaign. It is a movement, and he's offering hope and optimism to make America affordable again, safe again, strong again, respected again on the world stage. That's real optimism to people who have been suffering over the past 4 years. And it also shows that the American people don't trust the mainstream media anymore. 99% of the coverage of President Trump from the major cable networks in this country is negative. But today in 2024, he's more popular with the American people than he has ever been since 2016. And that's because Americans are smart enough to see through the lies and the bias and know the truth. And the truth is this country needs President Trump more than ever.
The fact that he loves going into these deep blue neighborhoods, right? He is showing America that he's going to be, if he's elected, he's going to show everyone that he's going to be the president for everyone, not just for anybody who voted for him or somebody in a red state. He is going to be a president for all Americans.
That's right. He wants to be a president for all Americans, red state or blue state, all across this country. And the fact that President Trump has the political courage to go into deep blue places like the Bronx, Wildwood, New Jersey, like Madison Square Garden tonight, and still pull massive crowds of thousands of people shows that this movement transcends political boundaries or counties or states. It is an American movement for all people, regardless of race, religion, or color. And can you imagine if Kamala Harris tried to sell out an arena in Tuscaloosa, Alabama? That would be the equivalent of what we're seeing tonight. She could never do it. Only President Trump can, and it's because he's more than a politician. He is a leader, and a leader this country so desperately needs.
We were talking about it before. I mean, the fact is that they had to lie and say that Beyonce was going to perform in order to have a packed arena, and then people were leaving, right? And, you know, President Trump, he's always the main act.
That's right. That's what the people are here today for. They're here for President Trump, nobody else. Although we have some great, phenomenal, impressive speakers in this pre-program tonight, but that Buy Kamala campaign was shifty politics, a classic bait and switch, lying to your supporters to get them.
What a shocker, what a shocker. All right, let's throw it back over to Carl Higbie right now.
All right, thanks, Lydia, Caroline. Appreciate it. I'm sitting here with Pam Bondi, former Attorney General of Florida. Pam, you've been in, you said 22 states in like 30 days.
The last month, yes, going nonstop. We've been in every swing state and more. North Carolina multiple times. Pennsylvania, I was there yesterday with Don Jr., Morgan Ortega, Dan McCormick, Dave McCormick. We had a huge turnout, huge for Dave McCormick for U.S. Senate and all these House seats, going nonstop. And I've never seen momentum. It's 2016 all over again. again.
Well, and the other thing too is the down ballots right now. So right now, Republicans, they're uniquely positioned to take control of the Senate, whereas the next 3 cycles of Senate elections, and we're having a U.S. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen join us in just a sec, Republicans may not have a chance to take back the Senate, but right now they were hoping to get 1 or 2. They might get 3 or 4.
We might get 3 or 4. We really think we are. We think we're going to get a lot, and that's why we've been in all these states multiple times. The crowd for Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania yesterday was crazy. I mean, it was unreal. Again, I feel like it's 2016 on steroids. People are everywhere supporting Donald Trump. All of these states. North Carolina, the momentum is like nothing I've ever seen. I've been with Laura Trump and Mike Whatley, and Joni Ernst was with us yesterday. We've been all over the country.
So let's talk North Carolina. 'Cause one of the big things down there was the disaster problem. Obviously, FEMA spent $1 billion of their dollars on illegal immigrants. There's some reserved housing down there that's only being held for the potential of migrants, which is completely vacant, and it's not housing any disaster victims right now. What is the reception of people in places like North Carolina about, the Biden-Kamala response to that hurricane?
Well, they're disgusted by it. I mean, people have lost everything they have, and the only one who's responded to them, the only one who's wanted to help has been Donald Trump. And they're early voting. We were worried about that, obviously, with the hurricane and people getting out there to early vote. People are early voting in mass numbers, and a lot of it's the rural counties, which there are people. But I cannot believe all the independents, all the Democrats who are coming out supporting President Trump and all these other races. It's been remarkable.
That is incredible too. And the rural communities have always been more red, but we're starting. I mean, look, we're here in Madison Square Garden in the deep blue part of New York, and we're packed. I'm looking around. There's people still filing in, trying to find one seat here and there.
Lines are out the door to get in here. I just hope everybody can get in to see this amazing program today. And I mean, I'm so happy for President Trump. New York is his home, and New Yorkers love him here.
Pam, thank you very much for coming. Good luck for hope you take a breath in about 9 days.
In about 9 days. 9 days.
Pam Bondi, everyone. All right, national correspondent Mike Carter is live inside Madison Square Garden, where the crowd is ready to welcome DJT. Mike?
Hey, Carl, good to be with you. All right, we're here with a couple of the most luckiest Trump supporters in the country. Tracy Harden, Andrew Avenett, both New Yorkers. Good to shake your hand. You're from the South Bronx. You were at Donald Trump's South Bronx rally earlier this year, and now here we are, Madison Square Garden. Can you believe it, Tracy? Think about this entire campaign, everything that the former president has been through, everything that we as a country have been through. What is this experience like for those of us sitting at home?
Awesome. Like, the energy in here is amazing. I had to go to the bathroom so bad. I didn't even care, though. It was like, I'm staying, I'm not leaving. Everybody says, oh, people leave Trump rallies. No, they don't. No, they don't. We're so lucky to be here. These seats are awesome. Awesome seats.
You got great seats. I mean, we're a stone's throw away from the former president. Andrew, look, I mean, you just came from the Upper East Side to get here today. Some people came from California and all over the place, but you're both New Yorkers. Donald Trump wants to win New York. It's unlikely that he'll do that, but what does it mean that Donald Trump is here? Why is he holding this rally here at Madison Square Garden?
Well, it's important that he's here because a lot of New York, including me, they remember him before he went down the escalator and how loved he was. And then us New Yorkers that really followed him got to see overnight the change. And just, since then, the past election he's been running for, he's worked so hard, from speaking on Rogan for 3 hours, where other politicians would be tongue-tied and flipping over. I mean, the man's earned it. Shot at. Another second assassination attempt. I mean, the guy's put in the work. The man, the ex-president, he's put in the work. He deserves the job.
He'll do better in New York this time than last time, I think. Yeah, I think a lot of people have flipped in New York.
It's going to help a lot of those down-ballot Republicans, and one of the reasons why Congress went red in 2022 is because they were able to take back the House.
We got to do it again.
Tracy, Andrew, enjoy the show. It's going to be an amazing time. Thank you. Oh, we like to hear that. Look at a lot of NEWSMAX folks and fans in the attendance here at Madison Square Garden today, Carl. And Carl, you know this, I'm sure. It is Carl Higbee.
Carl Higbee. Hi, Carl.
I think she likes you, Carl. Look, Billy Joel, Fish, a lot of folks up in the rafters. I wonder if Donald Trump's going to want his name up there after today.
Right, that would be amazing.
Yep. Put him next to 47. All right, Mike Carter, appreciate it very much. All right, we're back with Pam Bondi. We got Senator Mark Wayne Mullen joining us on set here. Appreciate you guys being here. Look, Senator, this is a monumental part right here. I cannot stress it the crowd is actually going wild. This is the first time I've heard them quiet enough that we can actually hear ourselves singing.
Yeah. You know, I got here yesterday, and really I got here for the waffles, hot dogs, and pizza. And I was walking around. We
have burgers next door. Did you get one of those?
No. I can eat burgers in Oklahoma. But we're walking around, and I see MAGA stuff everywhere on the streets. And I'm going, in New York City by Madison Square Garden, we were outnumbering everybody. I saw two Waltz, Harris, blue hats, and they were so oddly out of place. I'm thinking, if this isn't a movement, what is, right? Last time I was in Madison Square Garden, I was at the National Championship Finals for NCAA wrestling, and now I'm here with the Trump rally. I couldn't be more excited.
Do you think this is bigger than even President Trump, what is happening? I mean, yes, he is the leader of the MAGA movement, but I think that so many Americans are sick and tired of seeing the trajectory that our country is headed. What do you think about that?
I do, and I've been all over this country in the last month, and every state of them with Laura Trump and Mike Watley and Joni Ernst and everyone all over the country. And the momentum we're seeing is like nothing I've ever seen before. And I was with President Trump in 2016, 2020 on the campaign trail. Never seen anything like this. I think it is bigger than him, but no other man in the world, no other human being could do what he's doing for our country. Faced not one but two assassination attempts. He's the strongest
three if you include that Iranian guy, the Pakistani guy.
Right, Asif Merchant, the day before he was shot in the ear.
Well, let's talk about agenda. Okay, so he gets in. It appears overwhelmingly that he will. Taking back the Senate, obviously keeping the House. The legislative agenda. He's talking about repealing the federal income tax. Is this possible legislative?
Probably not. We can see. I mean, he's going to have a tremendous amount of movement with the House to get it done. Yeah. I think it'll be tough to get over the Senate because we got to get 60, right? And we might come in with 52, 53 seats. We got to pick up the other 8. I think that's going to be tough, but he can still lower the income tax level and make it permanent. Last time in 2017, we only got a 4 or 5 year extension on it. This time we can make it permanent. Another thing he can do, though, is he brings down the inflation. That's a tax cut for all Americans, right? And when he does a simple thing called drill, baby, drill, brings down energy costs. When he brings down energy costs, everything else follows because energy is the backbone of our economy, right? You can't make a product or deliver a product without factoring in energy costs. So just bringing it down will bring down the cost, and that's a tax relief on every American in itself.
We saw what happened just a few days ago. What was it, Friday, that Israel attacked Iran. We're seeing the Middle East kind of spiraling out of control. Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. President Trump, he knew how to deal with our adversaries. He knew what the head of the snake was. And the fact that Biden, to what you're talking about, the energy policies, Biden's energy policies, declaring war in the fossil fuel industry, we have given a lot of mullah to the mullahs. What did they think that he was going to do with all that money?
And listen, I've been in steel country, I've been in coal country, we've been all over, and people are yelling, drill, baby, drill, everywhere we go. And they're also seeing that every state is a border state. We are hearing horror stories about crime going up, and people get how important it is to protect our border, and the only man who's going to do that is Donald Trump. Kamala Harris can't handle a protester. How is she going to handle these adversarial world leaders? She can't. Donald Trump will, and we know it.
I literally just came back Friday morning from the Middle East. I was at UAE, I was in Jordan, and I was in Qatar, visiting with our leaders over there. They're dying for an America that leads from the front, that leads through strength. In America, sometimes we got caught up in politics and we think appeasement is the best policy moving forward. You and I know that strength is what the Middle East respects. Yeah. And when you show strength like President Trump does, it calms everybody else down. When President Trump gets in office, that calmness won't happen immediately. He'll have to react or have to enforce at one point, and then you'll see if they want to talk about peace, you're never going to have true peace in the Middle East, but you'll see a calmness and a more leadership-focused mentality that comes out of it. And then the world and the economy will start stabilizing.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, former Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're going to be right back. We're actually going to go over to NEWSMAX host Sarah Williamson. She's actually live on 8th Avenue right outside Madison Square Garden. Still people out there waiting to get in.
Oh, wait.
Hey guys, sorry, we've had a bit
bit of a delay out here, so I wasn't sure when you were coming to me. But we're good now. I'm just outside Madison Square Garden, where people now, as you can see, are patiently and responsibly moving inside. There's such a high security situation out here that it's all very orderly, and people are being let in sections. So some of these people who've been waiting out here since, 6 o'clock in the morning, the people that are already inside were sitting out there from 10 p.m. last night. Now, of course, because of this heightened security, the police have been preparing this since September. I spoke to the police chief and commissioner earlier about the security situation. Take a listen.
We brought out all of our assets. We have to make sure this event goes smooth for the city, smooth for the people coming here for President Trump, and then for people who are just walking through New York City. So we're coming very heavy today just to make sure it's calm and we send that message.
Chief Shell mentioned at the press conference that since September we've been having meetings and walkthroughs and just planning for this event. Anytime we can put our cops on display like this, keeping a major event safe, it's a great thing for our department. It's a great thing for New York City.
Now, I've been speaking to plenty of people here on the streets today, and we have had people that we've seen come from California, from Atlanta, from Ohio, and even as far as Japan. So there are people are really excited to be here, and said that the biggest issues that they want to be hearing Trump talk about tonight is immigration and the economy, which he has been speaking about a lot in all the media interviews that he has been doing and at every rally. So these are the policies that are the most important and what everyone's looking out for tonight. Back to you.
Sarah Williamson, thank you so much for that report. It is incredible. Everyone's talking about immigration, the border crisis, right? I feel like that has even topped the economy at this point because it's a tangible, live issue that people are seeing this invasion that is happening.
Costing money, touching their hearts.
And causing crime. All right, we are, of course, live at Madison Square Garden, a venue that can hold nearly 20,000 people, and the lines of supporters, as you just saw there in Sarah's report, they are still waiting to get in, wrapped around the block here in Midtown Manhattan. Don't go anywhere. We will be bringing you all the action straight ahead. You're watching NewsMax.
Before I create some art, I gotta say this. There's a lot of creative conservatives out there who've been in the closet all these years. I came out of that closet 40 years ago, and I got a lot of help for it. But now, you creative conservatives, it's a new world. Come out of the closet and get the balance back. Back in the 90s, I came to Manhattan to find my niche in the art world. And the art world didn't like me because I came from this place called Staten Island. The art world didn't like me because I like God, girls, and guns. The art world didn't like me because I refused to succumb to the America-hating isms of their agenda. And they said I'd never make it in their world. Fast forward 35 years, I'm standing on the greatest stage in the world. In the greatest city in the world. In the greatest country in the world. And I'm opening up for the greatest fucking president in the world. So, before I create this piece of art, I would just like to give the art world a little something. Bam! Ladies and gentlemen, I give you New York, New York.
from Madison Square Garden on the stage. We're back with Pam Bondi, former Florida Attorney General, Chairman of the RNC, Michael Watney. Sir, this is crazy. We're talking about the House and Senate, though. Keeping the House, taking back the Senate so we can get to some of this legislative agenda that we've been talking about.
Yeah, look, you know, Donald Trump came down that escalator 9 years ago, just a few blocks from here, and talked about restoring America, rebuilding America, and he's going to do it because he's going to restore our southern border, rebuild our economy, and he's going to make sure that America would be strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world. Here we are, 4 years in the White House. That's exactly what he did, and we're making our closing arguments. That is what is going to carry the day here, and it's going to work because we're going to be able to use those arguments that the voters care about. It's all they care about right now to win the House. We're going to expand that majority. We're going to flip the Senate because Donald Trump has coattails, and these issues matter for every American family.
You know, Pam, President Trump, as well as Kamala Harris, they were both in Texas recently, right, for two very different reasons, right? You had Kamala Harris talking about abortion, about killing of the unborn, where you have President Trump talking about saving lives, protecting lives, the illegal alien invasion. Jocelyn Nungare, just one of the many, many young people, women, you name it, that have been killed, victimized by illegal aliens. It was astonishing to me to hear her say that Kamala Harris, Joe Biden have yet to even reach out to them, to talk to them. Talk to me about the illegal alien invasion, and what are you hearing from people on how important of an issue it is for voters in this coming election?
Yeah, and Laken Riley and so many others, and they don't even want to say these young women's names and these children's names who have all been raped and murdered, yet Donald Trump is reaching out to these families immediately. Donald Trump is the one who cares about them. Donald Trump is the one who's going to close our border, and people understand that everywhere we go around this country. You know, people care about inflation and a loaf of bread and putting fuel in their car, but public safety is so important to them. Crime, because none of that matters if people aren't safe in their homes, and that's why so many people love Donald Trump, and we're getting so many Democrats and independents alike coming over to support us.
By the way, that's Scott Lebedo, artist here, Staten Island, New York City artist. Look at that. He just painted that. He is amazing.
5 seconds
he is
on stage.
Absolutely amazing. Scott Lebedo, he has zero fear. Can you imagine being a Republican in deep blue New York City? It isn't easy, Pam. It isn't easy. That was amazing.
So, you know, Michael, we've been talking a lot about a number of things specifically, and I just asked Senator Mark Wayne Mull about this. When Donald Trump came up and said, yo, I'm going to get rid of the federal income tax, I was like, I hope I live 1,000 years so I can vote for this agenda 20, 30 to 40 times over.
Yeah, look, Donald Trump has a very strong economic plan. The federal government is going to spend less, and we are going to tax less. We are going to make sure that prices come down. At that point in time, every American family is going to have more money in their pocket. They're going to spend less at the gas tank. They're going to spend less at the grocery store. That's how American families can get ahead. Kamala Harris has absolutely no plan other than doubling down on the same failed policies from the last 4 years. She said she would make no changes, but she did say she's going to give us the largest tax hike, the largest tax increase in history. Donald Trump, more money in your pocket, less at the grocery store, less at the gas pump. That's how we're going to have every American family move ahead.
Yeah, Lydia, I'm just sitting here wondering how anybody could be voting for anything other than this.
I just, you know, I just think people don't know any better. Right. I think a voter that's informed, they know what the right thing to do and what the wrong thing to do, and they want to bring this country back.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a quick break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We are live from Madison Square Garden, waiting for DJT 45, maybe 47 to take the stage. Back in a sec.
Well, I guess I'll start with this. I can't fucking believe I'm Madison Square Garden. I've been in this building many, many times. I've seen Mark Messier score game-winning goals. Ryan Gouget score game-winning goals. Patrick Ewing make big baskets. Too young to remember Clyde and Frazier. Same building, of course, with Muhammad Ali, Billy Joel, and Frank Sinatra. A building made of champions and all-time greats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't confuse the issue. The greatest champion of all will be backstage in about an hour. He is the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States. So, I just got back from Israel about 2 weeks ago. They love Trump in Israel, just so you know, they love him. They love him and Bibi, they love them both. I'm in Israel and had the opportunity to break the Yom Kippur fast with Bibi Netanyahu. What an amazing night that was. Cried with Israelis in the streets. They listen to me from Jerusalem. They want to do. It's like, oh, I do listen to me over. I get back and they go, Sid, you want to speak at this MSG thing? I go, sure. Out of character for me to speak at a Nazi rally. I was just in Israel, but I took the game. She is some sick bastard that Hillary Clinton, huh? What a sick son of a bitch. I heard fucking party around. Look at my city. Yes, this building is beautiful. You're all beautiful. Look at you. But you can't walk outside past about 10 o'clock at night here. If you're a pretty woman like my beautiful wife Danielle out there somewhere, you'll punch across the face just for walking down the street. Who did that? Bill de Blasio, Eric Adams, shitty Democrat mayors. Andrew Cuomo, Kathy Hochul, shitty Democrat governor. You got homeless and veterans, Americans, sleeping on their own feces on a bench in Central.
Our special coverage of former President Trump's New York City epic rally at Madison Square Garden. We are live.
You can see from the news headlines the election is really close, but I don't know. I don't know about that one, right?
They want you to think it's close.
I don't know about that one, really. I find that hard to believe. I mean, we're in deep blue New York City, guys, and we're seeing MAGA. We're seeing so much support everywhere you go. I have yet to see a Harris Waltz sign or support. One. Where?
Outside.
In the garbage? Oh.
In the garbage.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, I want to bring in a former New York City Police Commissioner, Bernie Kerik, obviously our own Joe Pinion from here at NEWSMAX. So, Commissioner, the first thing I looked around about, I have never seen this police presence. You ran this show for a long time. What is the lift to make sure a thing like this is safe?
Well, the primary thing is to have the manpower you need to do it, right? When you look out there today, every element of the NYPD, with probably lacking the Harbor Division, they're all outside. You got the overheads, you got helicopters, you got the emergency service unit, the counterterrorism unit. Every unit in the NYPD is today represented all around the garden.
Joe, we were talking about it earlier about the polls, right? There are people already lined up outside to vote. Have you ever seen this kind of enthusiasm before for an election, a presidential election? What do you think about this?
I think the reality is that people realize this is the most important election of our lifetime. And we say it every election season, but they feel it now. Because you've never had the Iranian government trying to assassinate one of the candidates, and they're trying to kill Donald Trump. We've never had people on slanted roofs trying to kill one of the candidates, arguably going back to the 1960s. And we've had not one but two failed assassination attempts of President Trump. And so while the left wants to keep insisting that President President Trump is the fascist, that he is a threat to our democracy. The threats to global stability seem to think that Donald Trump is the only thing standing in their way from reigning chaos on all of our lives. So I think in many ways, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. The number is we've got two different rifle muzzles pointed at Donald J. Trump, and it's the American people who can come together and ensure that we get not justice and not just justice, but also accountability for those people who haven't gotten the job done.
Well, the other thing too is, normally the long waits, lines, they'll deter people. People camped out since midnight out here. I've never seen anything like this in deep blue Manhattan. Can you talk a little bit about what that lift has been to make sure that nothing happens outside, let alone inside?
Well, you know what? This reminds me of the unity in the aftermath of 9/11, where the city came together, Democrats and Republicans. Now, you had people lined up outside since midnight last night. Sleeping outside, waiting to get in here. Nobody has seen this. Nobody. And you know what? There's only one guy can pull this off. President Trump. Nobody else could do this. Nobody could put this many people together at one place at one time. It's never happened. I mean, really.
I feel like the biggest threat to democracy is the ignorant voter, the misinformed voter, right? Because if you just watch, say, MSNBC or CNN, or you listen to the Democrats, they have you believing, they're brainwashing you that President Trump is the second coming of Hitler, which is, by the way, disgraceful and disgusting in so many ways. And then they want to just say, it's about, he'll take away this, he'll do this, he's going to put people in concentration camps. And Joe Pinion, we are members of the media ourselves. There's no pushback. There's not a single pushback from anybody when they say this misinformation. And that's dangerous.
When all is said and done, I think when the history books are written, what the media has done to this country, starting with COVID and all the way through this election, will go down as one of the greatest travesties in modern history. You have to remember, we codified constitutional protections to ensure that the press had the ability to say what needed to be said under the assumption that they would maybe lean a certain way, but always be governed by the facts. The facts remain that President Trump gave us 7 million new jobs pre-COVID, and they want to say that somehow he left us in a deficit. The facts are that we had the lowest unemployment rates under President Trump in the modern history, and they want to say that he is a threat to black family stability. So the facts are quite clear. Unless the only thing you care about is killing a baby until the day it is born, there is no issue where Donald J. Trump is not the preeminent choice for President 2024.
We're paying for illegals.
Yeah.
We're paying for illegals, right? Incentivizing an invasion.
Look, during the debate, what Joe was just talking about, the media came out and they called Donald Trump a liar. And it turns out he was right, because big cities weren't reporting the crime. They weren't reporting the FBI. And then on top of that, they buried them just like they juiced up their job numbers beforehand.
Well, listen, one thing they did, they minimized, these major cities minimized their crimes. Felony assaults went to misdemeanor assaults. They don't get logged. Burglaries and robberies went to thefts or larcenies. They don't get logged. Then on top of it, they weren't reporting to the FBI. Yep. They held their numbers till the FBI's reports came out. In the aftermath, we find out the FBI had to increase all the numbers, and everything President Trump said was correct, was correct.
That's incredible. We can see that Alina Habba is taking the stage right now. One of my favorite in the legal defense world. So she's one of my favorite in the world defense. Yeah, she's
as beautiful as she is smart and feisty. Look at her. Yep. She's like a rock star. She is unbelievable.
She has never backed down from any of these things, and she has been shut down by clients. People hate her. She has stood strong time and time again. That's an entrance right there. This is better than any Beyonce concert I'd ever want to go to.
There she is. Look at her. I love Alina Habba. I really do. She's got the spirit. She doesn't give up. She's not afraid. She just keeps on going, and that's what we need. That's what we need here in America, people that are unafraid.
Let's dip in to see what she has to say real quick. Is she up?
She's dancing.
Yeah.
leather jacket to trigger Hillary Clinton. There you go, Hill. Are you ready to make history?
Again, another firecracker from the Trump camp. Look, this is like, normally you wait for the main show and people are rifling in, they're getting sodas. The crowd is going insane. Like, if you're not here, folks, I don't know any other way to put this, but I go to a lot of these things. This is one of the most lively rallies I've ever been to.
Right, and it's already packed,
yeah.
like you're saying, because he's not expected until about 5 p.m. Eastern, and it's already packed. People are still filing in. They've been through a lot, the Trump team. You've been through a lot, Commissioner Carrick. You have been through it. The political persecution, your friend Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, what he has suffered through. Do you ever say, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I want to go back to my normal life. I want to go back to Florida. I just want to lay on the beach. I don't know if I can take this anymore.
You know what, that's a nice theme. You know what, if everybody did that,
we wouldn't have
this country would be at its end. We'd have the demise of the country. You know, when Elon Musk was in Butler, he said, if President Trump doesn't win this election, this will be the last real election for this country. I strongly believe that. I'm not giving up. I'm not cowering. I don't give a damn about being canceled. Just like Joe, just like everybody else that's supporting the president, we're out here because we know the importance of this election. And in my lifetime, this is it. This election will determine whether this country remains the country as it was founded or it turns into a Venezuela or some communist country.
You just have to look at it quite clearly. It is illegal for people who are not citizens to register to vote. It is a federal crime for people who are not citizens to cast a vote. And the Department of Justice, under this administration, has gone out and tried to do everything humanly possible to allow people registered illegally, who would be illegal for them to cast a vote, to remain on the ballot. That is all you need to know about the threat to our institutions. And so it is not Donald Trump who is a threat to our institutions. It is an FBI that allowed Kevin Kleinsmith to fabricate evidence and use it as the basis to get a FISA warrant inspiring him when he was the nominee in 2016. It is the FBI who has a director that suggested for at least a day that President Trump was not actually hit by a bullet. And it's the same FBI that pretended they didn't know when 51 former members of U.S. intelligence said the Hunter Biden laptop was a lie when they had authenticated it 11 months prior. These are the threats.
Glasgow, since you brought up the Hunter Biden laptop, I got to talk to you real quick about it. I mean, you literally tried to give them the laptop. You had the laptop.
We had it.
I know.
We took it to Delaware. We delivered it to them. We walked out. They handed it to the FBI. And what we didn't know is they already had it and they already knew it was real.
Well, we gotta appreciate that. I mean, that is such an unbelievable story. We go outside to John Glasgow, live on 7th Avenue, right outside Madison Square Garden. People are still getting in. John?
Yeah, guys, stand outside here at Madison Square Garden and have a look here. You can just see how many people. So this is the front entrance to Madison Square Garden. Scene. They're letting all of these Trump supporters in groups. It's been very peaceful. The NYPD has done a great job of controlling this situation here, but you can see that there's still a lot of people going in, and from what we're hearing on the inside is Madison Square Garden is getting packed, so you can imagine just the excitement outside here. And a lot of these people that have had to get a chance to talk to have had a lot of the similar concerns about where the country's going. One, they don't like Harris as a candidate for the Democratic Party, and also immigration and the economy are the two big driving them here to the historic venue that we're at today. I want to talk to you because you came all the way out
from Long Island.
Tell me about why you're here today.
I'm here to support President Trump completely. I'm a registered nurse, and I think that he's going to be amazing for the country. I want him to deport all these illegal immigrants. You know, they're not vetted, and God knows what's coming into our country.
What do you think of the Democratic ticket? You've got Waltz and Harris. What do you make of what they stand for?
I think that they stand for nothing.
Yeah. Well said.
She needs a teleprompter to say what she stands for.
Makes sense. Exactly. All right. I'm going to show you guys, though. Follow me. I want to show you just how far this line is. Look at this. It goes all the way back. It's literally packed packed in here. All these people were able to get approval to be in the building, but it's all first come, first serve. So you can imagine why people were here since 9 o'clock last night, standing on the street. So this is all barricaded off. They get put in groups. They go through Secret Service details. So all these people will be checked by Secret Service before they're allowed into the building, and then they'll be ushered to their seats. So you can see that this, if they don't get in, we're hearing word that some of the big screens outside of Madison Square Garden, Trump's speech will be, his remarks will be put on the big screen. So that'll be something that these people can then watch if they're not able to get inside the venue. But I'll send it back up to you guys inside Madison Square Garden at this historic venue for this historic night. Back to you.
Historic indeed, John Glasgow. Thank you so much. People still trying to get in. All right. As you can see also from the news headlines, this election, it is extremely close. NEWSMAX is, of course, providing the biggest news and the latest polls on President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Make sure you sign up for our text alerts on your phone. It's free and takes less than a minute. You'll get up to the minute polls. All you have to do is just use your phone.
Yeah, just text the word REMIND to 39747. President Trump, we hear, is expected some surprise announcements just before the election day. So make sure you're among the first to know. This is the biggest election of our lifetime. Remember, now 39747. All right, folks, we're going to come back in just a sec. Don't go anywhere.
So, Nancy, it's time to sell your stocks. Take the cabal packing. The Clintons and Obamas can get out of our White House because America has had enough with you all. In 9 days, it's your turn to cast a vote for the man who's been in the trenches with you, the man who gets back up every time they try to knock him down. They thought they could break us. They thought they could scare us. They thought that they could jail us. And they thought they could kill him. But they don't know. What doesn't break you makes you stronger. Show them what we're made of. Let's take this all the way to the ballot box. Let's stand tall for our president, for our city, and for our nation, because New York, we don't just survive, we thrive. And on November 5th, Donald Trump will tell Kamala one very important thing.
They inherited peace and prosperity. All they had to do was nothing. Just not screw it up. I do believe that we need to get radical. Are you for defunding the police? How are you defining defunding the police? Would you be an offshore zone? Yes. There's no question in favor of any of that. We went from stable prices to record inflation. They're killing us without killing us. That is not by us. first task that Joe Biden gave Kamala Harris was to be the border czar.
Do you think this is border? Not today.
Those of us who love the United States of America and engage my work against this country and what we stand for. Bring it to us.
Great here to think President Trump's policies on the economy would be better for your family. All right, so that is every.
All right, you're taking a live look there at Madison Square Garden.
We are here for the U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan. Storming Americans out of Afghanistan.
It's almost packed. And people are still in line waiting outside trying to get in. The NEA is telling them they want to take their country. They want to take their country back. Let's bring in national correspondent Mike Carter live inside MSG.
This is what Russian President Vladimir Putin unleashed on Ukraine.
It's almost like they intentionally tried to set the Middle East on fire.
Hamas terrorists went door to door. Anyone they could find. Sorry? I'll tell you what, we had a safe world. Now we have a very, very dangerous world.
So crazy.
We're here with Senior Trump Advisor Danielle Alvarez. Great to see you. What a venue. Here we are, Madison Square Garden. I want to pick up on something that Elena Haba just said. She said Donald Trump, he literally built the skyline of this city. And when you think about it, he kind of did. I mean, obviously not every building, but this city has Donald Trump's signature marked all over it. And when you think about the last 4 years, Danielle, a lot of the things that Donald Trump talks about, illegal immigration, you see the hotels filled with illegal migrants here in New York, crime out of control in this city over the last week, the COVID craziness. This was the epicenter of all that. So Donald Trump coming to New York does make a lot of sense when you think about it.
There is nothing more iconic than playing Madison Square Garden, and there is no person more iconic than President Donald J. Trump. You can feel the energy with tens of thousands of patriots here in Madison Square Garden as he goes to deliver his closing arguments just a little over a week until the election. But this isn't the only time that he has done incredible things in New York City. As you mentioned, his handprints on the skyline. He had a rally in South Bronx. He went to a bodega in Harlem. He visited union workers early one morning. This is where President Trump built his career, then chose to run for president, had 4 years of economic success, unleashing the American worker, unleashing American energy, no new wars. And so the closing argument is very simple tonight. Kamala Harris broke it, and President Donald J. Trump will fix it.
Both the candidates were in Texas Friday. Kamala Harris choosing to do a rally with Beyonce, who didn't sing, by the way. But Donald Trump was in Austin with Joe Rogan. 3 hours, sit down. I was riveted by it. I listened to it on Saturday. I want to be a whale psychiatrist for Halloween now because you'll get that joke if you watch the podcast. What an incredible thing with a week and a half remaining. Who is that meant to be for, that Joe Rogan podcast? Why did the president do that?
The president has been so groundbreaking this election cycle, whether it is posting viral videos through TikTok, breaking the internet on X with Elon Musk, or the way that he is speaking to podcasts and going around that corporate mainstream media, sitting down for long-form interviews so that Americans can really get to know who he is. 3 hours with Joe Rogan. We know that he has done countless of podcasts, and each time, by the way, that he does one, they shoot to #1. So he's able to have those long-form conversations, show the breadth and the depth of his knowledge, which I think is so important, because oftentimes when you sit down with those mainstream and corporate media, those liberal outlets, it's very hard. We saw with CBS, unfortunately, them splicing and dicing certain answers of Kamala, right? And you don't see that in those podcasts. It's so groundbreaking what he's done. In 2016, it was with Twitter. I think this cycle we'll all be able to look back and really praise the groundbreaking work that President Trump has done via podcasts.
You know, it's not just the podcast, but it's events like this. Coachella, 100,000 people at Coachella, even going to Colorado. The president is everywhere this election cycle. All states in play for Donald Trump. Danielle Alvarez, thank you so much. Senior Trump advisor. Good luck to you the rest of the way. 9 days out. Lydia, we'll send it back to you. It is electric here at MSG.
It certainly is, Mike Carter. If anybody can be a whale psychiatrist, it's you, Mike Carter. All right, let's bring
Higby, who's got a great interview for us right now. Carl?
Yeah, I mean, it is incredible here. I'm here with Hilton Beckham, former White House staffer under President Trump. Hilton, like I said, we've just had speaker after speaker. And normally the warm-up people don't really get the crowd that going, but these guys are pumped.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can just tell it in the atmosphere right now. Also, this is definitely where Trump is from. All these speakers are so unfiltered. They are shooting all of the shots.
F-bombs everywhere.
Yeah, it's very, very uncensored here, but we love it. The crowd is going wild. It's almost all full. I'm shocked right now. We still have a bit to go until Trump gets staged, but everyone's very excited right now.
Yeah, no, it is incredible that the lines are still down the street, like a half mile down the street. The place is basically at capacity, 18,000, 20,000 people. You know, all these people coming up here, and they're all talking about the industry that they're in. I'm in business. I'm in oil. I'm in this. I'm in that. And every single person who's come up here has said, I've been doing this my whole life, and this is, Donald Trump has the plan that my business needs to succeed.
Yeah, it's people that you don't expect. It really goes to the heart of the message that Trump has been sending, that he wants to widen the tent. He doesn't care if you're Democrat, Independent, Republican. If you want to put America first, if you want to be richer, and if you want to be safer, then you are welcome to the America First Party with Donald Trump. And that's why we see so many people here in New York right now, because they are catching on to that message, and they are done with this far left woke message that the administration's been shoving down their throats.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I was talking to a couple people, and I do have liberal in-laws, and I know a couple liberal people, but I was talking to them, and I'm like, how would you, are you tired of losing? Like, come over and be a part of this. This is like, the Trump train is awesome. Get on board and get rich. Like do better in your bank account. And they're like, oh, I could never possibly, because he tweeted something bad 5 years ago.
No, it just becomes like people get too locked into the titles and the labels, and that's why we love Donald Trump so much, because he's not far right. He's America first. That is plain and simple. Just look at his background too. He's also a New Yorker. He's a real estate agent. He is a performer and entertainer. Everyone loves Donald Trump, and so not hooking onto this message, I don't know what people are thinking.
Well, if you know a liberal, tell them to turn on TV. We'll welcome them aboard as long as they're down for lower taxes. So, Hilton Beckham, we appreciate it very much. We're going to toss it back to break real quick, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm Carl Higby live from Madison Square Garden.
She's a fake. I'm not here to invalidate her. She's a fake, a fraud. She's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country. They will. They've already crippled the dollar, manufactured inflation, imported a virus, censored your voices, funded transgender surgery, and made empty promises to the middle class for 50 years. This election has to be more than a victory. It needs to be a landslide. We need to slaughter the other people. We need to bring 100 million votes to Donald Trump. Not 74, not 81, 100 million votes. Can we do it? You bring 100 million votes to this man. You send his finger to the elites. And we're done. We're done. We've had enough. He's given everything. He's given everything. It's us in this room now that need to give the rest. We have to give everything for 9 days. Okay? That's not just coming to rallies. It's about putting a sign in your yard, a sticker on your car. It's about donating money. You've got to give folks today while you're here, everyone, $5, $10, $25. These elections cost money. If you do that, invest in this election, you will go down as a contributor that will make history. We will be in the history books 100 years from now. They will say in 2024, something happened in America. Something happened, a phenomenon, and it was galvanized around a bunch of people called MAGA.
be brave from what you look like or who you know. Greatness is for those who look for it, for those who keep moving forward. Greatness.
Welcome back to our special coverage of President Trump's New York City rally here at the iconic Madison Square Garden. We are watching history in the making. I am Lydia Serrana.
And I'm Carl Higbee. Our own Sarah Williamson spoke to the NYPD Chief of Patrol and NYPD Deputy Commissioner Tariq Shepard earlier today.
Chief Chow, Commissioner Shepard, thank you very much for joining me today. Obviously, a massive day here in New York City. What has the security situation been like in the lead up? What extra preparations have you had to put in place?
Well, we have all our police department assets out here with our federal partners. You can see how we're boxed in here from 34th to 29th, 6th to 8th. We're expecting 19,000 people to be in the garden and expecting some other people to be outside. But as you can see right now, it's very orderly, calm, good spirit. Everything looks good, no protesters. So far, so good for this event.
You said so far no protesters. Is that something that we're expecting?
Yeah, we're expecting some protests, but we're prepared for anything. Since October 7th of last year, we've handled over 4,200 protests, and so our guys are well trained and a lot of experience.
Have you had to bring out extra assets today in order to manage these crowds properly?
We brought out all of our assets. We have to make sure this event goes smooth for the city, smooth for the people coming here for President Trump, and then for people who are just walking through New York City. So we're coming very heavy today just to make sure it's calm and we send that message.
And how long have you had to be planning for something like this? I can imagine that this has taken weeks, perhaps, to try and make sure that everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, I think Chief Shell mentioned at the press conference that since September we've been having meetings and walkthroughs and just planning for this event. Anytime we can put our cops on display like this, keeping a major event safe, it's a great thing for our department. It's a great thing for New York City.
And the doors are going to open soon, is that right? Yeah?
Anticipated 12 o'clock. We hear we might let them in about 11:45. They clear up some of the streets, get people in place, and so they can have their moment.
When you start letting them in, what kind of, how is that going to happen? Where are they going to be entering from? Is there going to be any kind of, extra security checks that they have to go through inside?
All right, so right here, 31 Street. When they come, they'll go through a magnetometer with no weapons, and they'll be brought to the seats. It's first come, first serve, so they can sit where they want. There's some VIPs, they get some special seats, but first come, first serve, magnetometer, go to your seats, enjoy the show.
Beautiful. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, absolutely. We're just going to keep New York safe, keep the event safe. Our department is working with our federal and state partners. This is what we do, and we look forward to just a safe event.
Let me just actually touch on that. You just mentioned federal partners as well. Obviously, there's been some disconnect in the past between federal and local officers at Trump rallies. That's how that assassination attempt happened. What has it been like, the coordination here, in order to handle issues like that?
I think we both can answer that. Obviously, we've been working with our federal partners for years. We have our task forces. We have great relationships. I myself speak to Special Agent Freeney in New York, Field Division of the Secret Service. We have great relationships, so we're not concerned about that, and I'm sure Chief Shell can speak to some of the other things that we've done.
No missteps in New York City. Us and our federal partners, we do the best here. We set the tone, we set the example, and today will be no different from any other day in the city.
Beautiful. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
New York City!
I'm going to call John Chell out, the chief down there, because he said he wasn't coming down here unless something went wrong. So, buddy, he's here. I want to bring in Florida Congressman Mike Waltz and Senior National Security Analyst, former acting DNI and former ambassador to Germany, Rick Grinnell, the man with more titles than I can possibly explain.
Say Rick.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, you've been here since the beginning, all right? 2016, massive pump of power. Comes down 2020, dipped a little bit. Okay, he's still got more votes than any president, any sitting president than ever before. However, now it is a different game.
It's a different game, but look, this is unbelievable. You just saw with these cops that were being interviewed, massive number of people trying to get inside. This is a movement that's going to last more than just through this election. We're going to be talking about the Trump America First movement for the next 20 years. People are going to be battling to see who is the America First candidate in the next 6 elections. Yeah. We're going to be talking about that. This is a movement that cannot be stopped. The energy here is unbelievable. This is like another night of the RNC. Yeah. That's what it feels like. And to have this 9 days before we vote, this is a brilliant idea that clearly Donald Trump understands marketing. This last couple of days, people are all in. I can tell you, I just came from Michigan. We're winning Michigan. Arabs, Muslims,
that was
Albanians
insane. That was crazy.
Are absolutely all in. And you know the Albanians.
Yeah, you said the Albanians, so we have to do the double eagle with our hands. I can't do it with my microphone. But talk to me about that endorsement from the imam. That is incredible. And then you have the mayor of Hamtramck, and you have all these, so many Muslim, you have Jewish, you name it, President Trump. He doesn't discriminate. And the fact that you have Hillary Clinton with that kind of rhetoric and the other Democrats, trying to say that he is a second coming of some kind of fascist leader. How disgraceful is that? Can you believe that this is the America we live in at this point with that kind of hate?
Look, no one outside of Washington, D.C. is surprised that peace is popular.
Weird.
And that's exactly what's happening right now. People want peace. Whether you're a Jew, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're Mormon, whether you're a Christian, we want peace.
Yeah, well, let's talk about peace real quick, because Congressman, obviously, fellow veteran, you know, you've been in it, you've seen this stuff, and all of a sudden people are starting to seem like, hey, maybe Iran getting a nuclear weapon and pallets of cash from a Democratic administration is not such a great idea.
Yeah, you know, I almost think it's like the country had to actually feel what progressive governance feels like in their lives. It's one thing for President Trump and the America First movement to say, hey, we're warning you. First it was Cuba, then Venezuela, now California. We can't do that to America. Now they felt it, right? And to your point, Rick's exactly right. This is a clear choice. We can have inflation and war, or we can have prosperity and peace. And when our adversaries, when our enemies don't respect and fear the commander-in-chief as they don't right now, we see what's happening around the world. They fear Donald Trump. The Iranians fear him so badly, they're trying to kill him right now because they see his return as an existential threat to the rule of the Ayatollahs.
No, I mean, that's...
America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani there taking the stage there. This is a guy, he helped save New York City. 9/11, I remember I was a production assistant back in the day, CBS News, and seeing the rubble, and it was this guy right here that helped save New York City and helped save America.
Let's tune in and hear what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And welcome to the capital of the world. That's not me. That comes from Pope John Paul when he came to New York and said, "This is the capital of the world." No one could dispute it after that. New York City, this is the city I was the mayor of for 8 years. Sitting over there is my police commissioner, Bernard Carrick, who saved my life on September 11. And when I was mayor, I need to remind people the Yankees won 4 world championships. You think they need my help now? What the heck does Adams know about baseball? And de Blasio's so stupid, he doesn't know about anything. Oh, for the good old days when I used to be able to sit at Yankee games with Donald Trump. And George Steinbrenner would make us pay for our peanuts. No, he was a great friend of both of ours. And he shared in common with Donald Trump something that I know as the mayor that many people don't know, and they probably don't realize why I get so angry when he's attacked and demonized. This is a very charitable, very good man. Yeah, I know he was a great president, but this is a very good man. He and George Steinbrenner would step up anonymously every time a police officer not just killed but hurt, every time a firefighter not just killed but hurt, every time something horrible happened in the city, they would call, they would offer services, money, help, a hotel room. And when I wanted to make it public, they would say no, because they said that you got to save that. The credit you get for that, you get from God. If you make too much of it here, it gets used up. As the mayor, thank you. As the mayor, you know that I reduced crime more than any mayor in history. I improved the quality of life in the 5 boroughs. I lowered taxes. It was the biggest tax reduction in New York history. Not like Donald Trump's tax reduction, not as big. You know why it was the biggest? It was the only one. I mean, I was only the 3rd Republican mayor in 100 years. And we carried out the biggest welfare to work program in the world. We had 1.3 million people on welfare, and when I turned over the city to Mike Bloomberg, it was down to 500,000, and almost all of them were working. That word working is anathema. It frightens Harris. It frightens the radical.
And there you have it, America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani. That is a man. That is a symbol right there of what a corrupt system can do to somebody.
He is a victim of the fascism that the left is claiming that Donald Trump is
He's
guilty
a good man. I'm proud to call him my friend, Rudy Giuliani. God bless Rudy.
Yeah.
All right, as you can see from all the news headlines, selection is extremely close.
Yeah.
NEWSMAX is, of course, providing the biggest news and the latest polls on President Trump and Kamala Harris. So make sure you sign up for our text alerts on your phone. It's free. It takes less than a minute. You'll get up-to-the-minute polls.
Just text the word REMIND to 39747. President Trump, we hear, is expected in the next hour and a half, or he's going to make some surprise announcements just before Election Day as well. So make sure you're among the first to know. This is the biggest election of our lifetimes, folks. Remind right now, 39747, and get all the updated information. We'll be back in just a sec.
People are still dying. He went there. I went there. I did my television show from there. It took Biden a year to go there because those people are deplorables. Like you, like me, we're deplorables. We don't count. The Hollywood stars count. The big money counts. 20 million from China counts. But we don't count. Just 4 miles from here, we had the worst terrorist attack in the history of our country. I'll never forget that through all the pain and misery, we came together. Places of worship, hundreds of funerals, praying to God. What's happened to God? We don't pray to him anymore. We're not allowed to. We don't bring God back. We don't come back. September 11 was our darkest hour. October 7 was Israel's darkest hour. That's why some people get a little annoyed at him. He speaks his mind. But wouldn't you rather have a president that communicates with you than one who sits in a basement babbling? Or another one who, when asked, why do you want to be president, she says, my mother was from the middle class. CBS puts in something done by a Harvard PhD. I want to be president. Even that was stupid, the one they put in, but at least it was an image. In any case,
And welcome back to our live coverage. You're taking a live look there at the stage. Mayor Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, addressing the crowd of almost 20,000. Every seat almost packed here. People are still pouring in. There are still lines around MSG. It doesn't get more historic than this, folks. All right, I'm Lydia Serrani, and joining us right now is North Dakota's Governor, Doug Burgum. Governor, thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Lydia, fantastic to be here, and wow, can you just feel the energy in this place? It is so exciting.
Talk to me about, you were just recently in the Middle East. You're also going through all of the swing states. There is so much going on in the world today. Where do we even start?
Well, I think, again, this election is going to be won by President Trump, because here at home, whether it's the economy, interest rates, energy prices, the border. But I have to tell you, having just come back from meeting with the president of South Korea, having been in Israel a few weeks ago, meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, the existential threat to the world right now is Iran getting a nuclear weapon. And Iran wants Harris to be our next president. They want someone who will placate them. President Trump bankrupted Iran, and now a left-leaning magazine, The Economist, just came out this last week. $200 billion of oil revenue has come into Iran, which has allowed them to fund the war against us, allowed them to fund their continued development of a nuclear weapon under Biden and Harris. They're placating an enemy which risked the whole peace in the entire world. I mean, they're supporting the one country that might actually start World War III. President Trump will shut that down on day one. And I got to tell you, that matters to every American as well.
Right. President Trump bankrupted Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. Every time we talk about Hamas, we talk about the Houthis, any kind of terror, what's the head of the snake? Iran. And yet we're buying oil from Iran, and we've got liquid gold right under our feet. But the Biden-Harris administration declared war on our fossil fuel industry on day one. Why do you think that is?
Well, it's because of this failed belief that somehow by declaring war on the U.S. energy industry that they're doing something for the environment. But I can tell you, nobody produces energy cleaner, safer, and smarter than America does. If you're a voter and you care about the environment, you should vote for President Trump, because every time we're producing an electron of electricity, every time we're producing a barrel of oil, every time we're producing clean U.S. natural gas, we're actually helping the environment because we're displacing it from people. China is the world's largest polluter, and they're the ones that's buying all that Iranian oil. I mean, so the policies help Iran, they help China, it helps Russia fund their war in the Ukraine. I mean, everything about the Biden energy policy, bad for world peace, bad for American consumers, and bad for the environment. President Trump, 180 degrees in the other direction.
We have about a minute and a half left. You look at the border crisis, the economy crisis. You look at every crisis, the Mideast crisis. You look at the war in Ukraine. It all comes back to the Biden-Harris White House, right?
Well, it comes back. Weakness is what started wars, and President Trump...
Weakness begets aggression.
Yes, absolutely. And President Trump himself is so strong. It's like people say, what they talk about our military budget. He himself is a deterrent. The day that he's elected, all these adversaries around the world are going to start making different calculations about what their next step is going to be, because they know when President Trump is in office that he's going to operate from a position of American strength. And so just electing him will help bring some of the tensions down around the world.
Peace through strength. It worked for Ronald Reagan. All right, we're going to send it over to Carl Higbie, who's got some fabulous guests for you.
Giving you eyes.
All right. Oh, sorry, it's a little tough to hear out here. But joining me now, Howard Lutnick, CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, but also head of Trump transition team. We got Alina Habba, who you just saw rock the stage down there. We have Tom Emmer, Congressman Tom Emmer here. He's the majority whip for the House. But Sir Howard, this is like crazy. We're all talking about business. One party's got absolutely no policies whatsoever. The other party is coming out with itemized policies that have worked in the past. Your take?
Oh, so we're going to balance the budget. I mean, that's our goal. I mean, this government is going to balance the budget for America. When he says he's going to make America great again, he's not kidding. You know, people think, oh, he's just doing platitudes. I mean, he's called it all, right? He said fake news. He said deep state, too big to rig. I'm telling you, he's going to make America great again. Really do it.
No, it's interesting. And, Congressman, you guys in the House, very slim majority right now. You're hoping to expand it, obviously. But when these things hit the docket, your job is to go out there and get the votes for the items. He's talking about no taxes on a lot of things, veterans, tips, but also eliminating the income tax. Is this feasible?
He's actually working with the House right now. He talks to Jason Smith all the time, asks him what is possible, what is not possible. Jason, when I talk to him, says the message he's relating is, yes, sir, I think there are some things that we can absolutely get done.
That would be incredible. I mean, you're talking about landslide victories for Republicans for the next 50 years. Alina, you've been following this legal battle, though, from day one. Right now, the appellate court in New York just heard the 454, fake fraud case that they have against him. And even them are like, wow, this seems a little fishy.
Yeah, it's funny how, they always want to say, you don't know what you're doing, you're losing, you're this, you're that, you're anti-feminist, you're anti-business, you're all these things. Guess what? The courts are running with us. They are agreeing with us. It is judges that are corrupt that don't. But the real courts, the real judges that care about their robe, they are looking at the facts and they are realizing these are hoaxes. We've been telling you for 4 years, and I cannot end this by not telling you, America is not stupid, Carl. They get it. They get the hoaxes. We are winning America because they do not want this to be them. We do not weaponize our justice system. It is un-American. We believe in a constitution and a fair republic. Yeah. It's time for Trump. We got to clean up a mess.
Yeah, a big mess to clean up right now. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in 1 second live from Madison Square Garden. I'm Carl Higbee.
Thank you. Madison Square Garden. I gotta thank God for allowing me to speak in front of you today. I'll tell you something else. God is great. I'll tell you another secret though. If it wasn't for Donald Trump, I wouldn't be standing here today. So I want to thank President Donald Trump for allowing me to stand in front of you here today. The biggest story I let you know about it. God spoke to his heart from Donald Trump. Signed with his heart. My release after 33 years. So I want to say what I got to say. First thing I want to do is speak to and we can all agree that we got to do a little work there. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. What we're here to talk about is our similarities that unite us. We want to talk about family
right, we are live from Madison Square Garden. It is absolutely packed in here. I want to bring in John Bachman right now, who's been covering this. He's been looking at this for quite a while. John?
Carl, Lydia, great to be with you, and it's amazing to watch this whole thing play out. And of course, we've been seeing the coverage from outside with John Glasgow and Sarah Williamson interviewing the people who are still coming in. And I've been sitting here, you know, at a distance watching the arena fill up there at Madison Square Garden. You think about what this means for Donald Trump after everything he's been through. This guy has come back from so many things before, and this is just another chapter in what could be the greatest comeback story of all time. Donald Trump, who grew up in Queens, was an outsider in the New York City, the Manhattan real estate industry. He broke into that. Everyone knows that story. Everyone knows what followed after that, you know, gaining fame and fortune on television as well, and now rolling into Madison Square Garden. I just saw a video that Donald Trump Jr. posted on Instagram of his father driving through the streets of Manhattan, the streets lined with people showing up to see Donald Trump tonight. And you think about this election cycle in particular and how New York City has played such an iconic role as a backdrop for so many instances that have, you know, become iconic. You think about this in particular, Madison Square Garden. You can think back just recently to the Al Smith dinner where Donald Trump, I think, you know, did in a very funny way help drive home his message on why he should be president and provided a contrast for everyone between himself and Kamala Harris. And then you think also about the lawfare that was waged against Donald Trump by Letitia James and Alvin Bragg in Manhattan, and how Donald Trump has had to weather all of that to get to a moment like this where you have people and some of his closest confidants and allies stepping on stage before he does to tell the entire world why he should be the 47th president of the United States. Carl and Lydia.
Yeah.
John Bachman, of course, will be hosting our post-rally coverage on N2. You don't want to miss it. That was John Bachman. Thank you so much, John.
All right, guys, thanks.
And also on N1, yes, and also on N1.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in EVP of the Trump Organization, Donald Trump Jr. Don, your father's going to take the stage. Thousands of people outside. We knew this was going to be big. Did we know it was going to be this big?
I don't think anyone could have even imagined it was this big. I mean, certainly as someone who's done this now 3 times around, you wouldn't have even thought about this in 16 or 20. I mean, the streets of Manhattan from Trump Tower to Madison Square Garden were just packed. Outside was a zoo. Inside, I can't even, it's just incredible. Everyone gets it. The movement is so real. People are sick of what's going on. They've watched our country fail for 4 years, Carl, and they've had enough.
We're here in New York City. I'm a native New Yorker, as are you. To be outside, see MAGA, see all the love for your dad, what goes through your mind? I'm seeing you. You're tearing up.
I'm not tearing up.
Yes, he is.
I'm
yes,
not.
he
It's
is.
the makeup.
He
No,
is.
I'm not. You know what?
Up.
As a political refugee, formerly of the People's Republic of New York to the state of Florida, it's actually great to be able to come home and see that level of love. I mean, it was amazing. And again, it's different now. It's not just the guy in the red MAGA hat. It's every demographic, every walk of life, every race, gender, religion. I mean, they're coming up. They understand their country is failing them, and their government has failed them. They're watching Ukraine get money, but we can't take care of Americans that are struggling. Everyone feels that the incompetence by the Harris-Biden administration is so palpable that everyone's revolting against it. They just want someone who's going to fix things, and they know my father can do that.
What goes through your mind when you got Hillary Clinton, people like that, trying to call your dad a fascist and Hitler? How disgraceful is that? What is that?
It's so ridiculous. I mean, you know, especially coming from them. They're the ones that are lying. They're the ones pushing misinformation. They're the ones trying to jail their political opponents. I mean, frankly, the Democrat Party today is running the fascist playbook. So it's typical Democrat projection where they accuse others of doing the things that they're actually doing themselves. But it's also disgusting when you really think about what it means. They've been encouraging the violence against my father, against our family. I've had the threats from Iran and myself, not just my father, multiple assassination attempts. You know, I don't know what to make of it other than they're sick people, or perhaps they view that as their only chance of actually winning. I don't know. It's bad.
Well, we just saw Rudy Giuliani, who is essentially the poster child for literally a fascist movement. I mean, they have buried this guy in legal fees. They've made the process become the punishment. And you know, your father is the one man who can actually stand in between that.
Well, 100%. I mean, they did it to my family, too, right? If they couldn't impeach him twice, they tried to bankrupt him. If they couldn't bankrupt him, they tried to take away his businesses. If they couldn't do that, they tried to jail him for 750 years. You know, my father's a young and vibrant man, but 750 years seems like a long time for creating jobs, for keeping us out of wars, for signing peace deals in the Middle East. You know, not exactly someone that probably should go to jail for these things, but that's their playbook. There's nothing they won't do. The American people understand that the Democrats only care about power, and there's nothing they will not do to maintain that level of power.
You ever say to your dad, Dad, I love you too much. I love you too much to you keep putting yourself in danger out there. You're putting your life in danger, your entire family, and you're doing it for this country to try to bring it back from the brink of no return. But do you ever just say, you know what, I just want to golf, I can't do this anymore? Does that thought ever run through your mind?
Never ever had that thought. Honestly, you know, initially when we started this out, it was, you know, I just believed in it. Now I see what's going on. My resolve is just so much stronger. We have no choice. I got 5 young kids. I need to leave them a country they recognize. If I didn't go all in, if my family didn't go all in 100% of the way to do that, what's the purpose of everything we believe in? Now, we're all in, and we're never going to quit fighting.
Well, that's the thing, too, is those who have the ability have the responsibility. You know, Uncle Ben from, obviously, Spider-Man. But this is such a big movement that, you know, to be honest, I mean, like you said, you have 5 kids. There are generations of Trumps in the waiting for this, okay? And I think the biggest thing here is this movement doesn't end in 4 years, does it?
No, I mean, that's a big part of sort of what I focused on, and, you know, bringing in a guy like a J.D. Vance who's not just going to succumb back to the usual establishment nonsense, you know, that we see from so many of the sort of weak Washington swamp Republicans. Like, we don't need that. That's failed our country almost as badly as Democrat policies have. We can't have that. So we need a bench. We need a generation of people who are willing to put America first, who have the ability to actually fight for it, who have the resolve and the will to actually fight for these things, who won't just get steamrolled by Washington, D.C. So that's been a big part of why we're also doing this. It can't just be about Donald Trump for 4 years. There has to be a continuation of these policies that just make sense for America.
I'm a first-generation American. I didn't speak English until I was 5, 6 years old. Clearly, I don't have a problem with that now. President Trump, he loves immigrants. That's what upsets me. Whenever I hear this kind of talk, he actually loves immigrants. He wants to make the
2 out of 3 of his wives are immigrants.
I was going to say, my mom was an immigrant. Parents' mom's an immigrant.
So talk to me about what he's going to do to secure our border, to get this country back under control. We can't have this invasion continue.
He's going to finish what he started, but this time it's going to be with a mandate. The American people see it. They understand what's going on. When you think about an administration that literally let in 600,000 criminals by their own data, they're releasing it. So it's probably worse. 13,000 murderers. They know it's a murderer, and they still let him into the country. 16,000 sex offenders and rapists. Imagine knowing that and allowing it to happen. That's the Democrat policy. They don't want to take care of Americans or cater to them.
Why do you think they're doing it?
Because they need to replace the people who they've ostracized as reliable voters. They need dependents. They need people who are going to be dependent on your taxpayer dollars, and they'll reliably vote Democrat. Rather than cater to the communities in America that they would have traditionally catered to, they said, you know what, that's a bridge too far. We got to push our woke nonsense. We're going to forget about those people, so we'll bring in 20 million people and replace them. It's not going to work. The American people see it. They're not falling for it anymore.
That's it.
They're not falling for it. One last question.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what went through your mind, Kamala Harris, when they said Jesus is Lord and she said you're at the wrong rally? We got Ave Maria and Alleluia here.
I mean, honestly, I wake up so many days, I think I'm just the star of the Truman Show, like I'm being punked. Like, it has to be a joke. But again, that's the Democrat Party. They don't believe in God. They don't have a God. Their God always evolves. It's Greta Thunberg as the high priestess of climate change. It evolves to Anthony Fauci as the Lord of COVID. Now it's Zelensky. They don't believe in guns, so they create their own deities to be able to fill that void somehow. It's disgusting. It's sick, and it shouldn't be happening in America. And then, of course, you know, a week later, she tries pandering back because she realized it's not a winning message. But that's the whole problem with her whole campaign. Every time they try something, it fails. She does worse, so they have to change tactics. They change tactics on a weekly basis. That's not because they're winning, but the American people, they have to get out. They have to vote like they're the third monkey in line for the Ark and it's starting to rain, and then bring your friends and get out there and do that. Apathy is the only thing that can kill us right now.
And you know,
sit back and do nothing, That's what's going to get us. If we all get out there and bring our friends, we're going to win.
And you know they're watching right now because they need new policies for next week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They'll just take whatever Trump says tonight. They'll make it their policy, but they won't actually enact it when they get power.
We're
We
not
all know
afraid to
that.
say God bless America right here.
No, not at all.
Jesus is Lord. All right, let's go right out now to correspondent John Glasgow, where people are still trying to get into Madison Square Garden. John, how's it looking out there?
Yeah, well, Lydia, they shut off the doors here for people to get actually into the Madison Square Garden for the Trump rally. But you can see there's still a lot of people, Trump supporters, there waiting up by the front entrance. But if you look, a lot of people now, they got word they can't be inside to watch it. However, they're now finding pubs like this one where the Trump supporters have now come in here and they're watching our broadcast right there on NEWSMAX. So they're going to sit and catch all of our coverage ahead of time and coverage after the post-rally and listen to the former president's remarks a little. You can hear the atmosphere here. It's incredible. USA! 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 Incredible. I can barely hear you guys. I'll throw it back to you. Just wanted to set the scene what it's like outside here at Madison Square Garden. It's just turn it up.
Well, look, they can't fit any more people in this stadium, so they're packing the bars around the corner here. This is the place where I know Democrats went on. They tried to register more seats so there would hopefully be empty seats. And then 100,000 people must have registered and showed up for this because this place is packed and every bar around here is packed too.
Carl, what do you think is going through Kamala Harris's mind right now? Because you know they're watching. You know they're watching.
I can't say it on air.
All right. Well, you can see from the news headlines that this election is extremely close. NEWSMAX is, of course, providing the biggest news and the latest polls on President Trump and Kamala Harris. So make sure you sign up for our text alerts on your phone. It's free and takes less than a minute, and you'll get up to the minute polls.
Yeah, just text the word REMIND to 39747. President Trump, we hear, is expected to make some surprise announcements just before Election Day. So make sure that you're among the first to know about that by that text message thing. This is the biggest election of our lifetimes. You just heard Don Jr. talk about it. Remind you now, 39747. Text REMIND to 39747.
All right, keep it right here. We are live here at Madison Square Garden. Don't go anywhere.
Because we knew 3 years ago that his life was going to be attempted to kill. Because they don't want to face Donald Trump at the ballot box. So they'll do anything they can to imprison you. And I just want to wrap this up. And I just want to tell President Trump that I'm fluent in Spanish and I will follow you to the swing states and I will speak in Spanish to the Latino voters.
So there I was walking around, looking around for people, and I find our very own Rob Schmidt, #1 show, 7 p.m. on Newsmax. Rob, this is incredible.
I had to borrow a jacket to come talk to you on television. This is awesome. I mean, it's amazing to see all this. And I think, you know, everybody keeps asking the same question. They're like, why is he in New York? Why are you in New York right now? What's the point of this? The point of it is that this election needs to be a broad repudiation of what they've done to this country for the last 4 years. And that has to be everywhere. Not only does he need to, I think he's going to flip some blue states. I think there's a very good chance of that. The swing states, he's got to turn some blue states. He's got to get tight in blue states. People need to broadly come out and say enough of what we've seen for the last 4 years. This can't be a tight election. I think he wants the popular vote. I think he wants a broad victory in this election, and I think that's what this is about.
Well, you can see, I mean, like, again, 20,000 people here at Madison Square Garden. If he's peeling off 5, 10, even 20% of some of these R30 districts.
Did you see? I saw polling in New York that had him up 20 points higher in New York City than he was in 2020. So just, I mean, take that out. I mean, take that out and put that in Philly and Atlanta and everywhere else. If he's taking inner cities plus 20, that neutralizes so many of their engines. What are their engines? Philadelphia, Atlanta, Detroit. If you can neutralize those at least a little bit, those swing states, it changes the game dramatically.
Yeah, well, the other thing, too, is you have the black vote is swinging drastically more towards him than ever before. You have the Hispanic vote, which is going, and the Democrats kind of ping this like, oh, we'll let a bunch of illegals in, hopefully we'll get them to vote, but also that they'll appreciate that and we'll win the Hispanic vote, and that backfired.
I don't know what the polling on the Hispanic vote from USA Today had him up 11 points in the Hispanic vote. That was mind-boggling, and I don't know if that's an outside poll, but that should be pure panic for the Kamala campaign. I don't know how you bleed all of these demographics at the same time. You're bleeding men, you're bleeding Hispanic, you're bleeding black, you're bleeding union. How do you win an election if you're bleeding all of these people at the same time? It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, people have realized that there's pure incompetence coming, and the energy is all here, and he's getting broad support now. I mean, that comedian that came out at the beginning of this thing, I had no idea. I was like, this guy is here talk. I was like, that's crazy. I mean, it's a whole different game now.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is Kamala Harris largely hid from the media for both months of her campaign, let's say, before she was appointed, and then she came out and she did, for all the reasons we wanted her to do media interviews and the Democrats didn't. Exactly that happened when people were like, wow, this woman is still not what we're looking for.
She cruised she had that first debate, and all she did was antagonize him and poke him, and it worked. And since then, it's been a collapse, because everything that really matters about being the president, not just antagonizing, Donald Trump, everything that actually matters about doing the job, she's shown that she has no ability to do, and that's where it is. That's all it is. Yeah, that's it.
None whatsoever.
Yeah. No, and I just think as far as policies go, she's shown no indication whatsoever that she has any idea what the problems are with this country, or any indication that she knows how to fix them. I mean, throwing out money, for people to buy houses is just going to make home prices go higher. This $6,000 tax credit is an idea she got from J.D. Vance. I mean, their ideas are terrible. Nothing will change, and I think people have realized that. And he has really good ideas, and they just keep coming, one after the other, one after the other. you can tell they sit and they think about, what are we going to do? They're excited to get in and make a difference. The other team is just trying to hold on to power, and people can feel that.
Yeah, no, I think and people are tired of those who are just seeking power for their own. I'm going to toss it over to Lydia Serrana. She's sitting up there in the booth. Lydia, what do you got?
All right, Carl Higbee and Rob Schmidt, thank you guys so much. And I'm Lydia Serrana, and I'm so lucky to be joined by all these great-looking New Yorkers right here. We've got Congressman Peter King. Thank you so much. We have Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. We have Nassau County Executive with us, Bruce Blakeman. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Oh, Congressman King, talk to me. Did you ever think that you would see something like this here in New York City? So much love for a Republican nominee for president.
Only Donald Trump. This is Ali Frazier, Frank Sinatra, and Donald Trump all in one. It's tremendous. Great, tremendous day for America, tremendous day for New York. Proud to be here.
Congressman D'Esposito, we know that on Long Island, there was a gang problem, MS-13. You helped eradicate it with the help of President Trump. Now we're seeing Tren de Aragua. We're seeing a resurgence of that because of the open border policy. Talk to me about New Yorkers. They are tired of the Democrat policies that continue to destroy community by community.
They sure are. I sit on the House Homeland Security Committee, and we've watched while Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have allowed 15 million illegal immigrants into this country. Just last week, we were advised that 13,099 of them were convicted of murder in their country of origin. People are fed up, and that's why we're seeing the polls, early voting, the lines are down the street, and it is clear that Democrats, independents, and Republicans are sick and tired of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, talk to me about what your people in your constituents, what's concerning them the most. Is it the economy? Is it the illegal invasion? What is top of mind for them?
I think the foreign invasion of our borders.
Oh, you have your own microphone, so it's all good. Okay.
So the foreign invasion of our borders, number one. Number two, crime is out of control. Number three, people can't afford to go shopping in the grocery store, fill their car up with gas. And you know what? We all motorcaded over here with President Trump. And I'll tell you, thousands and thousands of New Yorkers, they're fed up. They want to change. They want Donald J. Trump. He's going to do very well in New York.
Thousands of New Yorkers, right?
Down the streets, you couldn't believe it. They're even waving at Anthony there. That was great. Tremendous turnout. Incredible.
You have people like Hillary Clinton saying that these are Nazi sympathizers, basically, that this was a recreation of the 1939 Hitler rally.
I'm offended by that. I'm a Jewish American. I'm a Jewish American Republican elected official. And Donald J. Trump is a great patriot. He's a great American. He's a friend of the Jewish people, and he's a friend of Israel. And that was disgraceful what they said about Donald J. Trump.
I mean, you even had a 94-year-old Auschwitz survivor who came out and said, you cannot compare. I don't think anybody should be compared to that. Even Mayor Eric Adams, the New York City mayor, he said we need to dial down the rhetoric. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I think it shows how completely disconnected Democrats are from the American people. It's the reason as to why you take a district like mine on Long Island that Joe Biden won in 2020 by 16.5 points. This is a district that we flipped in 2022 and that President Trump and I are going to win in just a week's time.
Incredible. What are people saying to you? You know, Long Island, it can go red. Long Island, by the way, for all of you watching at home, it's a suburb of New York City, Nassau County, Suffolk County. What are people saying on Long Island? Because you're right here by New York City, and you're seeing the Democrat policies. They're destroying so many neighborhoods.
Well, as Bruce and Anthony said, people are fed up, and they just have to look across the border into New York to see what it's about into New York City, and they see how out of control it is. But it's the immigration, illegal immigration, the crime, the pandering, the anti-cop mentality. It's terrible. Anthony and Bruce are doing great jobs. But again, we need help at the federal government. We have to have a president that's on our side.
They have to work in concert with each other. I mean, you have police that aren't even allowed to ask somebody's immigration status. They're not allowing ICE to perform their detainers, so they do have to work in concert with one another, the federal as well as the local government.
Another big issue, Bruce, with transgender, stopping the transgender in the schools. The athletes.
Absolutely,
big issue.
Absolutely. We need girls' sports to stay how they are. I mean, that's it. All right, we have to leave it right there. Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, good luck on your race, and former Congressman here, Peter King, and my friend. All right, thank you guys so much for joining us. But we are just moments away. President Trump speaking right here at Madison Square Garden. 20,000 people packing this arena. Keep it right here. You're watching NewsMax.
the history of this nation and the history of our civilization. This is a choice between betrayal and renewal, between self-destruction and salvation, between the failure of America or the triumph of America. I want you to think for a minute about the decades of abuse that has been heaped upon the good people of this nation. Their jobs looted and stolen from them and shipped to Mexico, Asia, and foreign countries. The lives of their loved ones ripped away from them by illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and thugs who don't belong in this country. A political system that punishes hard-working citizens, oppresses them at every turn, takes away their right to free speech, the right to political expression, their right to fundamental safety in their own country. One man dared to step forward 9 years ago and say, enough, no more, America gets its future back. And what happened after he stepped down? That escalated 9 years ago. The system he was fighting tried to do everything in its power to stop him, to take away your voice, to take away your vote, to take away your right to have your own country. They lied, they defamed, they smeared, one witch hunt after another, one hoax after another, one betrayal after another, lie after lie, slander after slander, libel after libel, lawsuit after lawsuit. They tried to jail him, they tried to bankrupt him, they tried to imprison him, and they even tried to take his life with not one, but 2 assassination attempts. Let me ask you, when his life was on the line, did he falter, did he waver, did he yield, did he surrender, did he hesitate, did he give one single solitary inch, or did he stand up, strong and proud and resilient, the warrior that he is, and raise his fist into the air and shout on behalf of all of you, fight, fight, fight. And what was he fighting for? He was fighting for your children, for your wives, your husbands, everyone that you love and know in the world. The right to live in a country where criminal gangs cannot just cross our border and rape and murder with impunity. Think about how corrupt and hateful and evil a system is that allows gangs to come into this country and rape and murder little girls. I'm not just saying that. You read the stories that happened.
Welcome back to our special coverage there of President Trump's New York City rally. I mean, you hear the energy right now. That's Stephen Miller talking right now. The crowd is energized. Like 20,000 people, would you estimate here?
With another 20 outside.
And they're packing the bars as well. This is like the World Series of ever, right? Of all time. All right, let's bring in NEWSMAX host John Bachman. John?
Guys, it's amazing to watch this and see how much energy you can feel it no matter where you are watching this. Wanted to reflect back on a couple moments ago when we saw John Glasgow out there in the bars with people who could not get into Madison Square Garden, and you heard the chants of USA, USA, USA. I mean, it's clear that New York City and the Republican presidential ticket has never seen anything like an event quite like what we're about to see here coming up in just a little bit. Donald Trump is apparently in the building. We've been watching very closely, watching the social media videos posted by Margot Martin, who travels with him, and also Donald Trump Jr., who you guys obviously just spoke with there. They rode with Donald Trump, and you heard you heard about the streets, guys, lined with people just waiting to wave to Donald Trump, and what a moment that must have been for him. And as we get ready for the peak of this, we'll be here, of course, after Donald Trump speaks. We'll be hosting the post show for you, and we'll bring a lot of the highlights from President Trump's speech tonight.
Yeah, no, people will definitely stick around for that one, John. We'll come back to you in a while. National correspondent Mike Carter live inside Madison Square Garden now, where the crowd is ready to welcome Donald Trump in like about an hour. What do you got, Mike?
They certainly are, guys, and we're here with a couple of them. Tessa Bonet and her daughter Ariana just came in from Brooklyn on the train to see Donald J. Trump at Madison Square Garden. You know, we're just hearing from Mr. Miller down over here. He said 9 days from now. Yes. How will your life change on Election Day if Donald Trump wins? You've already voted, both of you.
I voted. Proof of that.
How will your life change?
Massive deportation right away. And
that's an important issue to you.
What's that? Oh,
illegal immigration is an important issue to you.
Very important. I'm from Guyana. I'm a legal resident. I came here about 32 years ago at 19 years old. I came here right. I'm a taxpayer, and what I'm seeing that they're doing to this country for the past 3.5 years is sickening. But thank God for Donald J. Trump. He will make a difference.
That's a powerful message.
I have my daughter here,
and your
too.
daughter, it's your first time voting?
Yes, this is my first time voting.
You chose to vote for Donald Trump on your first time at the ballot box. Tell us about that experience.
And it was new for me, you know, but I was excited. I was like, okay, I see Donald's name. I'm checking a Republican all the way.
How did you become a Republican? A lot of young women, especially, are not Republicans. Why are you?
It's mostly through my family. You know, they educated me on things about, because, you know, like, you have to really weigh the differences between the two groups, and I felt that the Republican Party definitely felt more right. They have morals, if that makes sense.
Well, let me ask you, you're both women of color. Kamala Harris, she is doing well with that demographic. She's reaching out to voters that look and have your background. Why are you not a Kamala Harris supporter?
Phony baloney from day one. She was phony from day one. So she only chooses to be black when it's convenient to her. And look what she had done to us, black women. So no, black women are waking up. We open our eyes to the truth. She's not for women of color.
Ariana, you're not buying into it?
Nope, I'm not buying into it either. Kamala has done nothing for me, and she never will.
All right, well, guys, we have a huge rally. This is a moment in history. We appreciate both of you have voted early. That's something the Trump campaign says they want everyone to do. Tell anyone out there that's reluctant to vote early, what should they do?
Vote.
Vote now.
Vote for the right party, the party of common sense.
All right, thank you both. Enjoy the day. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Oh, all right. Well, with that said, 9 days until this election, and former President Trump is out pulling out all the stops. His route to try to retake the White House, his New York fans have come out in full force. Obviously, the godfather of New York City, Mayor Rudy Giuliani, just took the stand. Massive support when he came in. Meanwhile, VP Harris campaigning today in crucial battleground states like Pennsylvania.
To discuss, let's bring in Republican Congressman from Pennsylvania, Dan Muser. Also with us is Bob Brooks, Newsmax host of American Agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us. Talk to me about what's going through your mind. You know, Kamala Harris, they say she's flip-flopping when it comes to fracking and oil. I say come alive. I don't think she's changed her mind.
No, I don't think so. In fact, I don't think she knows how to tell the fracking truth, as we tend to say in natural gas land.
I saw what you did there.
Look, she is saying anything she needs to say in order to try to get elected. And here, of course, we know she stated she couldn't think of a thing that she would change other than Joe Biden, except, frankly, make things worse. The border would be worse by giving out amnesty. Inflation would be worse. Energy prices would be a complete assault on American energy. But I'll tell you what, everybody's here. New York is electrified, right? I was listening to on the radio on my drive in from Pennsylvania. There's at least, I think, 25,000, including the floor here, another 25,000 outside. And people are here because they have hope. President Trump inspires for a better future for America, for their families. That's what's taking place here. Kamala, if we're saying it right, and Waltz, for crying out loud, is about nothing, is about no change, is about a non-future, non-excitement about the economy, our national security, and our position in the world. The world's become a very unstable place under Biden-Harris, and she's doing nothing about it today, that's for sure. Here she claims day one, things are going to change. A lot of Biden calls that malarkey. Trump calls it something else.
Well, wait, you know, she's actually on day 1,400, Bob. So, like, we're supposed to sit here like, oh yeah, okay, she's going to do everything. Turn around. It's like the wolf is going to be a vegan the day he gets elected, right?
Right. Look, her message isn't resonating. If it was, she wouldn't be scrambling at the end saying crazy stuff like, we're gathered at a Nazi rally here at Madison Square Garden.
Right.
The difference between her message and Trump's, obviously, is it is and why. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. I grew up in Western Pennsylvania. Congressman, that's your state. People are losing their way of life right before their very eyes. Manufacturing been decimated for decades. What's Trump's biggest talking point for his economy?
Bring it back.
Bring it all back.
Drill, baby, drill.
Drill, deregulate, put a tariff on to bring companies to the negotiating table to get them back into the United States, make it able to do business in the United States. Look, Pennsylvania, so many of the swing states, the Rust Belt, it's called the Rust Belt for a reason. They manufactured things, they made things. That way of life has been lost. Trump is talking about bringing it back, and that is hitting home with so many Americans.
You know what's really frightening to me is when you see the illegal aliens and how they're just dumping them into these small communities. And then these people are already suffering as it is. They can barely afford to buy a gallon of milk. And then you got Kamala Harris bringing out Beyonce and Bruce Springsteen and all these millionaires with their armed guards living in their compounds. When is the last time you think Beyonce bought a gallon of milk, Congressman?
They don't. They don't. And look, she is as well just talks about the things that aren't focused on what everyday Americans are dealing with, right? I mean, the gasoline prices, the grocery prices. Offering no solutions for the future. And Bob, you're talking about manufacturing. That's so important to Pennsylvania, creating the best, most competitive business environment for our manufacturers. And as you stated, America first. That doesn't mean America alone, but the world. And I've talked to many prime ministers, many foreign ministers, many other secretaries of state. They need America to lead. They don't want to be on Team China. They want to be on Team America. And a weak America is dangerous for the world.
Well, that's the other thing, too, is, we spend in America, what, more than the next 25 countries combined on defense. Real quick, Bob, I like not getting hit by rockets and missiles. Can we bring that back?
Yeah, I like not getting hit by rockets and missiles, too. And to your point, making our own stuff, manufacturing, like U.S. Steel is getting bought out by Nippon Steel, a Japanese country. That's a security risk, not being able to make our own materials and being able to produce. God forbid something does happen. And I'll tell you what, another thing, Joe Biden had a chance to course correct for the Democrat Party. He sold people on being Scranton Joe, moderate Joe. That was a lie. It was 4 years of ushering in extreme far left policy. And I'm telling you, those blue-collar men and women, the old way of the Democrat Party, that's why you're seeing the numbers in Pennsylvania that you are for Trump. They've had enough. They're done with that. They've had enough. They're going with Trump.
I just heard John Fetterman. Did you see that, what he said, John Fetterman, real quick? He says the energy for Trump is palpable in Pennsylvania. Finally, a Democrat speaking the truth.
Fetterman's right. He tends to be more right lately these days. I was starting to say a broken clock is right twice a day, as is Fetterman, but he's absolutely right. And we're surging in Pennsylvania for all those reasons. Our registration's up. Our early voting is very high. And as you stated, the policies of Biden-Harris have been a failure for all of Pennsylvania. A failure. People aren't going to vote for it. Right?
Yeah, well, fortunately, gentlemen, we appreciate you being here very much.
Congressman Bob Brooks, 2 p.m.
2 to 4, American Agenda, Monday to Friday.
You don't want to miss it.
Interviews are on quite a bit, Carl. Lydia, they all come on. Check out American Agenda.
That's right. I forgot to put the mic on you.
That's right.
You talk loud so people heard you.
Well, I was trying to talk loud. 2 to 4, Monday to Friday. I have all three of them on as guests all the time. So.
All right.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you in a minute. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. You can see from the news headlines that according to a lot of the polls that this election is very close. And NEWSMAX is providing the biggest news and those latest polls on President Trump and Kamala Harris. So make sure you sign up for our text alerts on your phone. It's free and takes less than a minute. You'll get up-to-the-minute polls and the latest information.
Yeah, just text the word REMIND to 39747. Look, President Trump, we hear, is expected to have some surprise announcements just before Election Day. So make sure you're among the first to know. This is the biggest election of our lifetime. Text REMIND right now to 39747 to get all those updates. We'll be right back.
President Trump getting ready to speak.
No, she doesn't. Nothing but word salad. I kind of like salad. Everybody should have some stuff. It's good food. But this word salad mess is demented. It is meant to make you think that she's smart and you're somehow dumb. The truth of the matter is, the common sense of the American people is what is needed today, and that will be brought by Donald J. Trump. then you look around the world. Look around the world. She said she was the last person in the room after that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. You know, that withdrawal is seared into my mind. I remember watching Afghans hold onto the sides of airplanes to escape the Taliban. And as I'm watching this, the one thing I know is that if Donald Trump was president, that never would have happened. Never would have happened. But I have a special message for everybody around the world, especially those who want to find themselves getting into the business of other people or messing with our greatest ally in Israel. Donald Trump is going to stand by Israel 100% of the way. But the last thing we're going to fix, and it's a big one. You see, I got 3 kids. They're all boys. And I'll be damned if you're going to have some school tell my boys that they can now be girls. Because he's going to fix it once again. And together, New York, and around America, we are going to make America great again.
All right, welcome back. Our special coverage. Former President Trump, New York City rally, Madison Square Garden. I'm Carl Higbie.
And I'm Lydia Saran. I love the music here. I love the music.
Like
I love the energy. 20,000 people here. We've got people in the bars that couldn't get in here. They're partying up in the bar. This is like the World Series of all time.
It's the greatest World Series. You know, I got to bring in Chief of Patrol John Chell, also with us, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Okay, so a New York Congresswoman, by the way. So look, Chief, we were to. Oh, wait, we got Elise Stefanik coming on right now. We're going to come right back to you because I got a couple serious questions. Let's dip into her walking out on stage right now.
Hello, New York! I have a message for the mainstream media, and I can say this as a born and raised New Yorker. New York is Trump country! Wow, it is incredible to be here in the iconic Madison Square Garden. President Trump has been talking about this rally for years, and what a way to kick off the final week of the most epic campaign to save America. Every election, we say, is the most important in our lifetime. But this one really is. No matter where you go, whether it's in New York City, upstate New York, or in any of the swing states, people understand there is so much at stake. And it is we, the people, When we vote for President Donald J. Trump, we the people will save America. Just look at the crises that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have brought to our nation and have brought right here to New York. The border crisis, illegals swarming our streets, taking billions of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars, all because Kamala Harris is Joe Biden's open border czar. She owns this border crisis. She created it. Or the inflation crisis, the highest rate of inflation in our lifetime. And you know who was the deciding vote for Joe Biden's Inflation Expansion Act? Kamala Harris.
All right, there you have it.
You hear the
Representative
booze.
Elise Stefanik.
She mentioned Kamala Harris's name. The booze.
The booze, the booze. No booze for our next guest right here. We got Chief of Patrol here, and John Shell also with us. New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, I see you've got a hat there with you. It says, make voting great again. Make voting great again. Why is that an objective for you, ma'am?
After my tough election in 2020, which was also the pandemic election where President Trump, we saw unprecedented ballots, questionable activities by our election boards. I founded the Election Integrity and Caucus in Congress, the only one. This year, we're going to make voting great again. If we don't make sure we secure election integrity, we're not going to win this race. And we're doing everything we can to expose all the activities of the Democrats and their groups, these so-called not-for-profit groups that are out there vote harvesting, vote trafficking. They never quit, but we've got to stay there. As Trump says, we got to get out and vote. Too big to rig. But we also have to make sure, if we don't have election integrity, we have nothing.
Well, and that's the thing is in Pennsylvania right now, there are active investigations already a week out before the election. Yeah, I want to bring in Chief of Patrol John Shell. John, you had said you were not coming down unless there was a problem, but you're here, so I'm hoping everything's okay.
I lied, but everything is great. We got 19,000 in the arena. We got 5,000 outside. Great atmosphere. Everyone's peaceful. We haven't had one incident. No protesters. Just a very energetic day, and it's our job, my job, to keep this city safe, to keep this venue safe, and I'm very proud of my cops today.
Well, hold on. They have not one protester out in Madison Square Garden. You haven't had one protester problem?
There might have been a few blocks away, but they never made it to Madison Square Garden, and that was the message we were sending. Not today.
Not today. You know, the NYPD has a really tough job. You guys are the greatest and the largest police force in America, but there are concerns now because of a lot of the policies, because of the revolving door of justice, the district attorneys that are just not prosecuting the people the way they need to, the judges that are letting people out when they should be, behind bars. Your hands are tied as cops, right? You can arrest all the people you can, but if they're just letting them out, what are you going to do about it?
Look, our hands are not tied. Our mayor lets me play offense, lets our cops play offense, and we're bringing crime down in the city. We're the safest city in America, and we're going to keep doing that.
Well, Congresswoman, what's crazy is Mayor Eric Adams, deep blue Democrat Mayor Eric Adams, came out and offered some pretty encouraging words. Was like, hey, what they're doing to Trump is real bad. I mean, can you imagine Eric Adams breaking ranks for that?
Yeah, he said he's not a fascist.
Look he's breaking ranks because the Democrats are, and that's why they're trying to take him out. They're bringing charges up against him that are 8 years old. Look, I'm not going to weigh in on that, but look, he stands with our law enforcement, and we need to stand with law enforcement. These laws, they're talking about New York City. Upstate New York has a lot of crime problems because these laws are statewide. Things that are passed in the state legislature affect everyone in the state, and we have problems upstate. Rochester, New York, which I surround, is one of the most dangerous cities right now in the entire country, and it's because of the laws in New York and the defund and demoralized police movement.
I noticed, Congresswoman, you have a beautiful little girl with you, Ellie, and I want to show everyone Ellie's shirt right here. Let's show it right here. Make law enforcement great again. Ellie, your dad is a police officer. Do you ever worry about your daddy?
Yeah, all the time.
All the time. Now, what grade are you in?
I'm in 6th grade.
You're in 6th grade. Talk to me. Are you worried about anything?
Only that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are gonna make law enforcement bad.
Right. You want to keep America great again. You want it secure, and you want your daddy to come home. You love your daddy very, very much. You're a very smart and strong little girl.
Yes. I'm so excited.
You're so excited. I love your Trump hat. You bedazzled. Did you do this yourself?
No, I didn't. My aunt got it for me.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Great job, Ellie. Thank you so much.
You know what's crazy is the swag around here too. Like walking in, it's just carts as far as you can see. Sweatshirts, street vendors. This is like pre-COVID New York City.
This is New York City at its finest, the biggest and best. And there's a celebration there today, and we're just keeping it peaceful out there.
No, it is incredible.
All right, thank you guys so much, Chief Shell, Congresswoman Tenney, and Ellie. Thank you guys. And look, we got Speaker Mike Johnson hitting the stage there. Thank you guys. All right.
Let's listen into what he has to say.
Hello, Madison Square Garden. Is New York ready to make America great again? My friends, I came here tonight so excited to be with you. I came off of the field to give you a very important field report. Now, I've been traveling all around the country, nonstop. We've been to the red states and the blue states. We've been to the safe districts and the swing districts. We've been all around America. And I'm going to tell you what's happening right now. I'm here to report something. There's something very powerful happening out there among the base, okay? I'm telling you, there's an energy out there that we have not seen before. And I am convinced that in 9 days, we are going to grow the House majority, we're going to take back the Senate, and send Donald Trump back to the White House. Let me tell you why that is. Because everywhere around the country, no matter where you live, everybody is fed up and they are fired up. They're fed up. It doesn't matter what demographic they're in. It doesn't matter what walk of life. They know that we cannot afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris in the White House. And we can't possibly afford turning the House or the Senate over to the Democrats. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you what I ask these groups all around the country. Do you want 4 more years of open borders? I don't think you do. No. You want 4 more years of high cost and inflation? You want 4 more years of rising crime in every community? No. How about 4 more years of woke ideology in our schools and our military? You want 4 more years of wars and weakness on the world stage? Nobody does. American voters are sick of it, and they want to change. And listen, for the last 2 years, we've had a bit of a dilemma, right? The House has been the only firewall in Washington standing between Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and the American people. Now, we played defense. We blocked their woke America Last agenda, and we passed solutions to all the great challenges facing the country. But here's the problem. They got stopped in the Senate. We also had the smallest Republican majority in U.S. history. But you know what the good news is? We're about to grow that majority. That's what's going to happen on November 5th. New York is going to make that happen. You're going to elect your incumbents here and our challengers, and you're going to make the big difference. And we need a Republican Senate so we can retire Chuck Schumer for good. And America needs, and everybody knows, no matter where we are in the country, we know we have to get Donald J. Trump back to the White House so we can get this thing fixed. When we do that, we're going to secure the border once for all. We're going to unleash American energy dominance again. We're going to lower the cost of living. We're going to support our allies and stand up to our adversaries. We're going to defend our rights and our freedoms and the troops and the veterans who fought for them. And we will protect the values and the principles that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. I'll just leave you with this thought. We're not in a battle this time just between 2 different political parties. It's much deeper than that. There's something much more fundamental going on. We're in a battle between 2 completely different visions for who we are as a nation and who we're going to be. We revere the founding principles. We revere our Judeo-Christian foundations. We revere individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity, secure borders. But the other team doesn't anymore, my friends.
All right. That is Speaker Mike Johnson. You just heard him here. One of the things he's looking to do is expand the Senate. But before we get into that, let's go to John Tobacco. He's live in New York City with some more craziness from this rally. It's insane. John?
All right, we're going live. Hey, Carl and Lydia, how are you? We're outside still. The crowds are still packed to the gills, the front of the garden. Behind me, we got a raucous crowd. Hello! They're not happy they didn't get in, Carl, but they're all happy to be here. They're watching on the big screen, and the energy is outrageous. And for me, as a proud son of New York, as you see, I'm representing NYPD. As a proud son of a cop, one of the most amazing security details I've seen at any rally. Orderly, talked to a bunch of cops. They all said not one single radio call, nothing, no incidents, no problems. There is nothing but love and excitement and energy in the air. And I've never seen people so calm in New York City before.
No, it's been actually incredible. The fact that we have this many people, and I'm sorry to all those people who didn't get inside, but they're going to play it on the thing, but they are part of this movement. John Tobacco, we appreciate you being here very much. Folks, you may have heard the big news. NEWSMAX. Oh. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Instead of going to a swing state. You know what I told him? I said, welcome to 2024. New York is a swing state. We're feeling the joy in New York City tonight, aren't we? And the only celebration bigger than this moment right now is going to be on the evening of November 5th, when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as our 47th president of the United States. And look around here, there's only one man who is going to be more happy than everybody else in this room when that happens. And that is going to be a man by the name of Joe Biden. He is so pissed off about what they did. And you know, he's thinking about, I'm going to say it, identity politics never works in America. When you select somebody on the basis of their race and their gender, it always ends up being a disaster. And I'm actually talking about Tim Walz this time. Now listen up, guys. Last year I became the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. Something about my generation. We are lost. We are hungry to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Yet we can't even answer what it means to be an American today. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. Faith in God, patriotism, our work, family. These things have disappeared and they're being replaced by wokeism and transgenderism, climatism, COVID. Depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And right now, we need to step up and fill that void with our own vision. Answer, what does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in heroes. the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color. That you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. And these people even the
All right, welcome back. We got Vivek Ramaswamy speaking right now, rocking the house. Welcome back to special coverage from MSG Live, New York City, Deep Blue, New York. I'm Carl Higbee.
He was just talking about it. He said, you know what? People are saying, why are you in New York? You should be in some swing state. And he said, New York is a swing state now. I mean, based on the crowd here and the crowd outside, you never know what could happen. I'm Lydia Serrana. As you can hear, we are live here in Madison Square Garden in New York City. Folks, you may have heard the big news. Aside from the election coming up, we got our own big news here in NEWSMAX. We just signed with YouTube TV, and our channel is now available in almost 60 million cable homes. You know, by the way, Carl, everywhere I go, people always ask about you. They ask about you. They love the American Patriot here, our Navy SEAL. NEWSMAX also recently announced plans to go public soon by the end of this year or in early 2025.
All right. Joining us for an update on NEWSMAX developments is Gordon McBean, CEO of Digital Offering Bank, which is handling its planned public offering. What do you got for us, Gordon?
Hey, I wish I was there with you. It looks like a lot of fun there. That looks like a fantastic event, and thanks for having me on the show. Yeah, we're very excited about the progression being made with the public offering. The news on YouTube TV was absolutely spectacular. These are such massive numbers that are going to be going on top of what is already a fantastic financial performance we've seen from NEWSMAX over the past few years. So this is really icing on the cake, seeing the YouTube TV numbers coming on also. Very exciting.
Gordon, talk to me about what kind of impact NEWSMAX being on YouTube will have on the company.
Well, you know, it's now that the company is releasing its financial performance to the public, the numbers were already great. You know, the growth is spectacular. And with the addition of YouTube TV, it can only be better. So it's a very, very important step for the company, and it's really taken viewership up dramatically. I mean, 60 million homes now. Amazing.
Yeah, Gordon, you know, you've been in investment banking a long time. You work for some of the top banks on Wall Street. How is NEWSMAX's IPO plan going?
Yeah, I know it's very hard to tell. I've been in the business a long time, but yes, I have many, many years, 35 years now. I've worked on some very large transactions over the years, and there's nothing compares to what we're seeing with NEWSMAX. The investor excitement, the performance of the company on top of that, it really is amazing. The interest, we've had 50,000 people come to our firm looking for information on being an investor in NEWSMAX. It's been an incredible, I mean, truly incredible experience to be involved with NEWSMAX, and a real honor for our firm to be involved with NEWSMAX and being part of the Go Public plans.
I think the American people, they're yearning for news that tells all sides of the story, right? And that's what we try to do here at NEWSMAX. We present the facts on both sides. It doesn't matter red or blue. It's all about the red, white, and blue. And so our viewers want to be part of the team. They want to be part of this movement to bring back the news again, right? To make the media fair again. I mean, there's a reason why we are protected by the Constitution. So, Gordon, if one of our viewers wants to get involved, invest in the public offering to buy shares, what can they do?
They can go to newsmaxinvest.com. And for the information on the public offerings, just scroll down a little bit. There's a green box. Enter your information there, and we will keep you informed on the public offering. There is also an offering available today. It's a pre-IPO offering, and it's preferred shares we're offering. These shares will convert at a 25% discount to the public offering that's planned for Q1. So it also pays a 7% dividend. These are preferred shares. It is for accredited investors only. It's not for everybody. Everyone, if you're over 18, you can invest in the IPO. For the current offering we have, if you're an accredited investor, there is an opportunity to be involved even before the IPO comes.
is remarkable. You know, Gordon, obviously not everybody can invest in this, or are there criteria?
Yes, you have to be an accredited investor. You have to make over $200,000 a year or have a net worth of $1 million. These are regulatory guidelines and SEC guidelines as to what an accredited investor is. So if you meet those parameters, then you can be an investor in this current pre-IPO round. We wish we could offer it to everybody, but the regulations are what they are, and this, when it's a private offering, it's available only to accredited investors right now.
All right, Gordon. Well, we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right. Again, that's NewsMaxInvest.com.
Yeah.
I know. It's getting a little loud in here.
Yeah, no, it's getting a little loud in here. Let's bring in political reporter for The Spectator, Matthew Foldy, and NewsMax host Joe Pinion back on camera with us. Matthew, the jacket is blazing. The crowd is insane. You're here with us. It just got better.
I mean, it's great to be with you guys. And listen, the New York Jets did not do a great job today. They lost to my New England Patriots. But if you're in the New York area and you want to watch action on TV, this is the place to be doing it. I mean, we are here in Madison Square Garden, and the crowd here is insane. Now, outlets other than this one are going to say it's not full. Carl, I'm sitting right next to you. I can barely hear what you're saying. The GOP, I don't think you've seen it this unified, maybe since the RNC right after the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump. They're trying to make a push for New York State. I don't know how that'll go, but I think you are seeing the polls collapse. I mean, this is going to be super tight as we head into November, and they're trying to say to every Republican, whether you live in deep blue New York City or deep red parts of Texas, make sure you get out and vote the next 9 days.
Yeah, we're going for that popular vote, baby.
That's it. That's the big whale, right? The popular vote. Do you think it's possible? Can Trump get the electoral? We know he can do that. Can he get the popular as well?
Look, I think that, to me, we should avoid being tempted by the shiny object. Democrats, they got cocky in 2016. They had Hillary Clinton down in Arizona the week before she became the first Democrat to lose the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And so for me, all eyes are on the Mecca, New York City tonight, but all of our focus should be on making sure that President Trump picks the lock on Pennsylvania, picks the lock on Wisconsin, secures those electoral votes, and then we get to the business of holding people accountable.
Right, picks them off one by one, the battleground states. Do you think Trump can carry it all? What do you think, Carl?
I'm looking at this from a numbers perspective. Georgia is going to be the linchpin. Pennsylvania was, I was going to say that 2 weeks ago, but now I don't think Pennsylvania has a hope and prayer for Kamala Harris, do you?
Well, remember, she had the opportunity, I think, to end the election and picking the incredibly popular governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, to be her running mate. But there are two options here. One, he said no because he thought she would lose, or she didn't want him because she wanted to appeal to the jihadist caucus. And I think both Trump and Harris are going into the other person's territory in the closing days. He's here, she was in Texas. But I think the difference is that the eyes of the world, for better or worse, I mean, you know this being here all the time, are on New York City. And that he's drawing eyeballs here that I don't think she did in Texas, where I think Beyonce didn't even perform for her. It was like a whole thing. So I think Trump's move today is a million times smarter than Harris's move in Texas. She was too afraid to go on Joe Rogan. If you can't go on Joe Rogan, can you really be president of the United States?
Right. And the other thing, too, is, Joe, they had, they came out, 30,000 at a Kamala Harris rally. It's like, no. You had 30,000 at what people thought was a Beyonce concert who didn't play. Kamala just happened to be there.
Well, look, to be clear, if you want to see people who are engaged with their candidate, you come to Madison Square Garden, look around this stadium. If you want to see people who are just there for the vibes, but might not even show up on Election Day, you go see people at a Kamala Harris rally. So I think that's the focus right now. President Trump making that move to get a broader coalition. The Obama coalition, the Democratic Party as we've known it, it is dying before our eyes, and President Trump might put the death knell in it on November 5th.
I was listening to Michelle Obama, I know, right?
Why?
Because we have to do our job and listen to all sides of the story. And I'm listening to Michelle Obama, and she's talking about how President Trump is afraid to do interviews, not like Kamala Harris. He had just sat down with Joe Rogan for 3 hours, didn't even have a sip of water. Talk to me about the misinformation that comes out of these people's mouths, and nobody checks them. That's what kills me.
How many of those 30,000 people at the Harris rally were also just journalists who are excited to vote for her? So I think it's not apples to apples here. And listen, you see both of them doing podcast blitzes at the end, which I think speaks a lot more to the failures of outlets like CBS, right? I mean, one of the things that Trump talked about with Joe Rogan was CBS's 60 Minutes edit, which both of them agreed was one of the worst abominations in journalism in recent history. So I think you see outlets like Newsmax and podcasts like Joe Rogan and Call Her Daddy having way more influence than outlets like ABC and CNN, which is good news for everyone.
Right, Anderson Cooper on CNN. You saw him, Carl. He
actually didn't do a bad job. I'm going to give him a little bit of credit.
With the town hall, but
I don't really like the guy,
then with Charlemagne said that President Trump's going to put people in concentration camps, right? He's going to put people in camps. He's going to tear up the Constitution.
None of that's happening.
He never said that. All you have to do, we're journalists. At the end of the day, we're news anchors. We have to check people. If they say something that is false on the air, we have to simply say, when did he say that? When did he say that, Charlemagne?
You saw the Trump campaign put out a video from an actual Holocaust survivor to respond to the absolutely ludicrous comparison that Democrats trot out every 4 years, that whoever the Republican is Adolf Hitler. I mean, that is unhinged rhetoric that speaks much more to, I think, the desperation of Democrats than to the reality of Donald Trump.
Look, I think specifically to that point, President Trump is not the one who is ripping up our constitutional rights one by one. It was the Biden-Harris administration that pressured private companies to give them access to social media accounts so that they could suppress private speech, right? So they have violated the spirit of the First Amendment. They have probably violated the letter of the law when it comes to the Fourth Amendment. And that's before you get to the fact that there is deep corruption within our core institutions like the FBI that went after President Trump, and now we're doing everything humanly possible in some ways to stop us from protecting President Trump.
Every state now a deep state. Sorry.
Got to leave it right there.
All right, keep it right here. More special coverage of President Trump's rally here in Madison Square Garden. Don't go anywhere.
So now, just as we gathered here today in this historic place and this historic time, we will gather together all across this country, people of every race, ethnicity, religion, and creed, to stand together and defend our freedom and ensure our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For us to send Donald Trump back to the White House to be the 47th President of the United States, where we can stand together and make America great again. Thank you so much. Let's get it done. Go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy.
There you have it, RFK Jr. speaking to the crowd. Let's take a listen.
Thank you. A lot of people ask me why I left the Democratic Party. And I say, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. This is not the party anymore of Martin Luther King, of Robert Kennedy, of John Kennedy. That was the party of peace. It was the party of constitutional rights, of civil rights, of freedom of speech. It was the party that wanted to protect and nurture the middle class. It was the party that stood up to censorship, to surveillance, that stood up to the CIA, to the military complex, military-industrial complex. And it was the party that wanted to protect public health and women's sports. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX, which protected women's sports in college. It was the party that believed in voting rights and fought for the right of every American to vote for the person of their choice. Today's Democratic Party is the party of war. It's the party of the CIA. You had Kamala Harris giving a speech at the Democratic Convention that was written by neocons. It was belligerent, pugnacious. It talked about the domination of the world by the United States through our weapons of war. It's the party today that wants to divide Americans. It's the party that is dismantling women's sports by letting men play women's sports. It's the party of Wall Street. It's the party of Bill Gates, who just gave $50 million to Kamala Harris. It's the party, and the Harris campaign is very proud that it received the endorsement of 50 former CIA agents and officers, and of John Bolton, and of Dick Cheney. These are the people that gave us the war in Iraq, the worst foreign policy catastrophe that's ever happened to this country. These are the people that gave us the Patriot Act, that launched the surveillance state. These are the people that are trying to undermine voting rights in this country by weaponizing the federal agencies against political candidates, including me and Donald Trump and all other political candidates that can't win an election. And instead of bringing in a candidate who wins the primaries, abolish the primaries, and then pick two candidates, anointed them without receiving votes. We don't even know how Kamala Harris received the nomination. And this is the party of Wall Street, of big banks, of big data, of big tech, of the military contractors, and the parties of big pharma, big ag, big food, and big chemicals. This is the party that's given us the sickest children in the history of the world. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease, and we spent zero on chronic disease in this country. Today, 60% of Americans have chronic disease. This is existential for our country. We're spending $4.3 trillion a year, 5 times our military budget. 77% of American boys cannot qualify for military service because of chronic disease diagnoses. This is existential for our country. President Trump called me 3 hours after his shooting, and he said, would I come and sit down with them? And he said to me during that meeting, he said, there are some things that we can agree on and some we disagree on, but the landscapes on which we agree are so much larger. He said, I want to end the wars. I want to end this surveillance and censorship. I want to protect the Constitution. I want to protect freedom of speech. I want to end the surveillance. I want to end the weaponization of government against American politicians. And I want to end the chronic disease epidemic. Now, don't you think that we deserve a president in this country who's going to restore the moral authority of the United States of America? Don't you think that we deserve a president who's going to end the warfare state? Build the middle class.
All right, that was RFK speaking right now. That guy's going to make America healthy again. We're waiting the remarks from President Trump. He is en route as we speak. Let's bring in the co-host of America Agenda, Bob Brooks, and former special assistant to President Trump, Mark Lauder. We've been talking a lot about this. Just the number of policy differences is unbelievable. It's placid niceties or Donald Trump's policies that actually worked.
We saw it with the border. They undid, what was it, 94 executive orders,
Mark?
In the first 100 days, Mayorkas, they bragged about it. And now what are they going to do? Can we handle another 4 more years of a Biden, because it'll just be another continuation of what we're already seeing under Joe Biden.
Right, and this is the unique opportunity for Donald Trump, because I was on the 2020 campaign, and Joe Biden was a hypothetical president. He could hide in his basement, he could talk about ending the pandemic, and I won't mean tweet, but you couldn't blame him for anything that Obama did. You couldn't go back and blame him for his Senate career, and so it was a comparison of a record in a pandemic to something hypothetical. Kamala's hypothetical, but she's also bad, and people remember Trump's policies correctly and well, and that's why she's facing such an uphill battle.
Bob, Kamala Harris, she talks about the change, right? I'm going to bring about change. You're already in office, lady. Does she not remember, or is she suffering from the same affliction that Joe Biden can't remember things and sees dead people?
All the biggest issues facing our country right now were not issues at the beginning of their administration. Inflation wasn't a thing. Donald Trump handed that administration a 1.4 inflation rate. The border, there was no issue at the border. It was sealed. They took 94 executive action, shut it down. World peace. There was world peace when Donald Trump left office. 2 major wars have broke out across the world. National security, internal. Talk about domestically. The Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment complexes, illegals raping, killing our women. You have tangible, real results from this administration.
Just a couple apartment complexes.
It's not a big deal, just a couple.
Well, the other thing, too, is he keeps, and I know I mentioned this earlier, but they floated this, completely eliminating the income tax. Actually, it looks like Tucker Carlson is taking stage. Let's go to that right now and see what he's up. There he is.
Thank you. I saw the Grateful Dead in this arena in 1987. I was seated right there. How weird. It's such an honor to be here, and it's wild. Just another day following Bobby Kennedy Jr. at a Donald Trump rally in Madison Square Garden. I mean, what? That's totally normal. Liz Cheney's out there with Kamala Harris. And there's Bobby Kennedy calling to protect women's sports at a Trump rally. It's a realignment. It's unbelievable. And the fact that it's here is even sweeter. Imagine if you're, and just pause for one moment. Imagine you're Donald Trump. You're from New York City. You become famous in New York City. You make your fortune in New York City. And all of a sudden, the leadership of New York City decides they're going to destroy you because they don't like your politics. And so yeah, boo. Imagine if that were you, though. And they try and take everything that you have. They try and put you in prison. They try and put your children in prison. If that happened to you, how often do you think you'd be going back to New York City? How about never? And yet he's here. It's like getting thrown out of a bar. And you think to yourself, well, all my friends are in the bar. And you approach the door, and there's the bouncer like, you're not allowed in here. But from behind the bouncer, you hear the cheers of your friend, come on in! And the bouncer hangs his head in shame. He's embarrassed that he's working for the man trying to keep the most popular person out of the bar. And that's Donald Trump back in the city that produced him with no embarrassment at all, in a room full of his friends. The stones that takes, the bravery that takes, is incredible. Donald Trump's going to win. He's going to win. I know that that's true. Why is Donald Trump going to win? The people he's about to defeat have no idea. And they're panicked. They have no idea why people like Donald Trump. And their first theory was, well, Donald Trump is evil, so half the country's evil also. And that's one of the reasons they spent the last 4 years trying to destroy the country, because they're mad at its voters. How much easier would it be?
All right. Tucker Carlson, my man, is on stage right now. It's unbelievable. But he mentioned something, Mark, that is fundamentally true, which is that they don't know why they are about to lose this election, the Democrats.
No, and I think they've misread this all the way going back to 2016. I think the 2016 election, yes, it was about Donald Trump, but it was more about the American people saying, I'm tired of New York, D.C., Acela corridor telling me who I have to vote for. And I'm tired of you lying to me and saying for 30 years, politicians and presidents of both parties, we'll deal with China, we'll protect your jobs, we'll secure the border, when you didn't do it. And they said, so the heck with all you politicians, I'm going with the businessman whose most popular phrase is, you're fired.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
fired is going to be the theme.
I think Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they tried to gaslight the American people into convincing us that everything's okay. There's not an invasion happening. Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe your bank accounts.
Right.
Everything is great, and that Trump is the big bad boogeyman. When I think the real threat to democracy is the uninformed, the misinformed voter.
I think that, to Bobby Kennedy's point, he didn't leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party left him. It's left a lot of people behind in this country, and they still don't get it. Mark, to your point, this has been going on since 2016. Donald Trump recognized it, and he has tried, and they have fought him every step of the way, even before he assumed office the first time. He was under investigation. So the forgotten men and women of this country got their guy, put him in office, and he wasn't allowed to do the job that they elected him to do. They fought him tooth and nail the whole entire time, and it's still happening.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. We got to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks. Be right back with more from Madison Square Garden. I'm Carl Higbie.
He has brought to us is the liberation from the obligation to tell lies. Donald Trump has made it possible for the rest of us to tell the truth about the world around us. And that's the single most liberating thing you can do for people. If you want to enslave people, if you want to degrade them, force them to tell lies. And they have. They forced us to lie about everything at gunpoint, effectively. They put people in prison for refusing to lie. And not just the obvious lies that men can become women, or Vladimir Putin blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. No, honestly, he did. January 6th was an insurrection. They were unarmed, but it was very insurrection-y. Not even the obvious ones, but the big lie. You know what the big lie is? The big lie is that they're impressive. That's what the big lie is. That the people in charge have somehow earned the right to rule over you, and they haven't. And you know that. These are the single most useless people in the United States. Rewarding themselves wealth and power when it's undeserved. You look at Liz Cheney and you ask yourself honestly, what skill could she possibly have that allowed her to send hundreds of thousands of people to their deaths? Did she earn that? I don't think she did. No fair system would make Liz Cheney powerful. No fair system would make Larry Fink rich. No fair system would elevate someone like Kamala Harris to a presidential nomination. She's never been accused of doing anything useful. She has precisely no achievement. She's the nominee without getting a single vote. She's a metaphor for the system they created to
to make themselves rich and powerful, and then they have the gall to lecture you that people can actually change a flat tire and repair a power grid, who have useful jobs, who pay your taxes and work 40 hours a week, lecture you that you are somehow immoral. And Donald Trump has empowered the rest of us, who's mostly just sticking around in the face of their hate and abuse and persecution. He has given the rest of us the right to call BS on the charade. No, you are not better than us. No, you are not smarter than us. No, you do not deserve what you probably stole. No, you're not going to bully me into silence anymore. And I can promise you at this point, 9 days out, when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and pretty much every high school senior and college sorority girl in the country has come out and finally said, yeah, I am for Donald Trump, actually.
All right, welcome back. Live from Madison Square Garden. This is insane right now. I'm Carl Higbie.
And I'm Lydia Serrano. Carl Higbie, you got to watch his show Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern. Frontline, you don't want to miss it. You let me fill in. Thank you so much.
You're on Sundays.
Sunday, Agenda, noon Eastern, and then, of course, on Saturdays at 5 p.m. for the count.
Yeah.
But, yeah, thanks always for letting me fill in.
Oh, of course. We love it. All right, so let's bring in Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, Newsmax host, also Joe Pinion, Senator. You know, we just heard Tucker a little while ago say that, you know, all these people have thought they were smarter than the average person for years. You're one of the few people on Capitol Hill that had said, like, hey, let me go actually listen to what my constituents are saying.
Well, exactly right. A lot of times my cohorts in Washington, D.C., vote for themselves, not for the people of their state. I really enjoyed and representing Alabama, representing the people of the country. You know, that's the reason I ran. You know, I was never in the military. I barely missed Vietnam. I was the last 18-year-old to have a draft number. They quit the draft. So this is my giving back after 35 years of coaching. I love every minute of it because you're doing something for the people. I hope to God we can get somebody in as a leader in the White House, because if you don't have the White House in this country, it didn't take me long to figure out, you can't get a lot done.
Well, that's absolutely true.
You know, Coach, you expect this kind of crowd in Alabama, right? You expect this kind of crowd in Alabama. What goes through your mind to see this here in New York City?
You know, this is unbelievable. I've never been to Madison Square Garden, and I'm a sports nut. And so I was excited about coming.
Welcome.
Yeah, I was excited about coming. But, you know, this kind of reminds me of a game. I keep hearing everybody say, though, 9 days of the election. We've already started this election. Some states started a couple of weeks ago. Record numbers are coming out. People are sick and tired of what's going on in the country, and we're hearing great things from a lot of states that have already started voting.
No, it's going to be absolutely incredible. But, Joe, we're watching this crowd in here. Time and time again, they're bringing up A-lister after A-lister after A-lister. People are just, you know, willing to do this. They're not getting paid for it.
I mean, this is a love of country. You have a murderer's row and also at the same time a team of rivals, right? You've got Elon Musk, but at the same time you've got Kennedy here in the building. Why are all these things happening? It's because it doesn't matter what the issue is. If you care about this country, if you care about your children, if you care about the border, President Trump is the only choice. And you know why you know Democrats know that to be the case? Because they're not running on the issues. They're running on emotion. And all the emotion in the world can't distract from the truth. You hear the Hogan music in the back. The real American is happening, folks.
I mean, it really is.
My fault was wrong. Coach, you're coach 35 years, right? You can have the best players, but if you don't have a coach that can lead you in the right direction, you can't win the championship. Do you think President Trump is the ultimate coach at this point for the Make America Great Again movement?
You got to have somebody that people believe in, okay? President Trump's already he's already done it once, and he got pushed out, but he's going to come back. He's going to be the savior of our country. I keep telling all these young kids that I talk to, I hear they're going to vote for the Democrats. I said, wait a minute, you're going to vote against your future. Your future is a new leader in this country, and it's not Kamala Harris, it's Donald Trump. You better think about it before you go make that X on the ballot for a Democrat, and you better vote for a Republican.
Yeah, that's the bigger thing. thing here is time and time again, we have seen people vote against their own self-interest because someone told them to, because they think it's popular, because they think they should, because they don't want to get bullied. I mean, that is an incredible thing, a sentiment to vote against your own interest. But this election, people are like, I don't care if you call me racist, sexist, istophobic, phobophobe, pound sand, I'm voting for the man.
When you think about that, this phrase, voting against your own interest, is a phrase that was introduced to us by the Democratic Party. And the reason why they cooked up this phrase is because they wanted women to feel like you had to vote for them because of one issue. They wanted to go to the black community and tell them that you had to be held hostage because of whatever that one issue was. There is only one issue. The issue is a United States of America. Absent of that, you're not going to be able to have the issues carry the day.
You're absolutely right. We're listening to just the music and the people going wild here. And, you know, again, 20,000 people outside of the estimates now. They're going into bars. It's just red hats and MAGA gear ever. And this is a movement that, you know, people thought was going to die after he left the White House.
I was playing golf with President Trump about a year and a half ago, and he said, Coach, this is how it's going to go. I'm going to win New York. I'm going back, and I'm going to win New York. And he says, that's my home. People believe in what we did the first 4 years. And I'm going to tell you, doing something like this takes a lot of nerve. Yeah. Takes a lot of nerve. He's the only one that could do something like this. And he deserves another shot the next 4 years of doing what he didn't have the opportunity to finish.
Yeah, well, we're going to leave it right there. We're going to go over to our national correspondent, Mike Carter, live inside MSG on the floor right now. Mike, what's up?
Hey guys, good evening. All right, well, Tucker Carlson just came on and gave what I thought was a very thoughtful comment. He said, Donald Trump gave people the permission to tell the truth. I think that's really kind of nails what MAGA is all about. When you think about what this last 10 years in politics has been about, it's been about people feeling liberated. For better or for worse, you feel liberated when you are aligned with Donald Trump. You say what's really on your mind. We saw it through COVID. We saw it for the last 5 or 6 years while Donald Trump has been in office and not in office. And you saw it when Donald Trump has been criminally prosecuted. You were in New York. You think about that criminal trial. And Donald Trump, this is his hometown. Tucker Carlson talked about that. Look, imagine growing up, becoming wealthy, and then having everyone in your hometown hate you. Well, that is starting to turn around. And you're seeing it on the faces of the crowd today. Tens of thousands of folks from this city, not afraid to wear a MAGA hat anymore, not afraid to be outside on the street and waving American flags. There is a movement in this country that is happening, and it's really being crystallized here in New York City. But we've seen it all across the country, from Coachella, California, to Phoenix, Arizona, Aurora, Colorado, all around this country. There is a movement, and you see it with the tens of thousands of people coming out to these rallies, but you feel it here in Madison Square Garden tonight. And I think you're seeing Hulk Hogan out there tonight, giving people chills. Like, this is tangible, and this is happening, and it's 9 days away. Likely the next Trump presidency. Guys, back to you.
We can hear the... All right, Mike Carter, thank you so much for that. An energized crowd here. What do we have, about 20,000 people? And then what did Chief Shell say? How many people are waiting outside?
It's 5,000 to 20,000.
I mean, it's incredible. Then in the bars, I mean, you name it. And of course, we are just moments away from President Trump taking the stage here. Of course, we will bring that to you live as soon as he does. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Feel the energy in this building. I finally got the answer. And the answer is vote for Trump. So now, I've got a couple of questions for you. What you gonna do about the border invasion? What you gonna do about inflation? What you gonna do about keeping America safe, brother? And what you gonna do about putting God in our homes, in our country, in our schools? So I guess we're all on the same page. So I got one final question for you. What you gonna do, and who's gonna make America great again? Donald Trump. He's the next president.
All right, you're taking a live look there, Madison Square Garden, 20,000 plus people there. Hulk Hogan about to leave the stage there. He's going to rip off his shirt. I mean, do you hear this? Do you hear this?
Crowd is going
I'm sitting right next to you, Carl, and I can barely hear you.
I know.
It's incredible. Just the patriotism, the love for America, for President Trump. Welcome back. I'm Lydia Serrani. This is Carl Higbee. Let's go now to correspondent John Glasgow. He is also the host of Sunday Report. In the bar. Yes, in the bar. Oh, look at that. These people couldn't get in, so now they're hanging out at the bar with John Glasgow. John, what's going on?
All right. Yes, so loud in here, guys. I can barely hear you. But look at this. You can see the crowd of Trump supporters that have showed up here. We're in the Celtic Rail. This place is just right across the street from MSG. And all these fans here of Trump are watching Newsmax right now on the TV in the bar. It is on the audio. They are hearing word for word our coverage of what's happening right now. And you can see the energy in here is absolutely crazy. They've been watching, sat in line for hours. They couldn't get in, so they came here to this bar, and they're watching Newsmax right here, and they are excited.
That's unbelievable. We got Glasgow out there having the best time of his life. Folks, this is epic. This is so monumental right now. If you like what you're seeing though, like obviously you can catch us every night 5 p.m. on my show, Sunday at noon with Lydia Serrani. We are moments away from President Trump speaking at Madison Square Garden. We're going to watch him live as soon as he takes the stage. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a sec.
You guys look just like you do when I'm on TV. Except for you look a little different. Listen, I love you guys for caring enough about the United States of America to come out here tonight. Thank you so much for caring enough to come out here tonight. I have to tell you, I love this country. I do. I love this country. I stand up when our flag goes by. I put my hand hand over my heart when they play our national anthem. And I'm so proud to see so many people take time out of their day to come out here and stand up for this country. And strangely enough, I'm not here just to stand up for Donald J. Trump. Lord knows he doesn't need me to stand up for him. He's tough as an old army boot. He's got lots of enemies, different groups that are scared, and between them, they have impeached him, indicted him, raided him, railroaded him, shot him, and sued him. And where is he? He is still standing. He just keeps on coming because he loves this country too. I can be honest and say,
And welcome back to our special coverage of President Trump's rally here in New York City's Madison Square Garden. 20,000 people. The energy, it is palpable. I bet people at home watching this now can feel the energy through their screens because we can barely hear each other as we're sitting next to each other.
I can feel the energy too. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, but here we go.
Okay, you look amazing, and it matches your socks too. All right, let's bring in Newsmax host John Bachman. John.
Carl, if they let you in the building with that hat, they had to figure you're going to put it on, right? You're going to wear the hat if you got inside the building.
Yeah, I'll wear it too, but I haven't. Now we're both going to get in trouble. I'm messing up my hair.
This is like everything here is America. American flags. I got my American flag boots on. I don't know if you can see them, but we are ready to roll here. I mean, this is actually incredible. I'm having a ton of fun. I'm not even watching the speakers, but just like the floor is pumping, people are screaming. I'm so here for this.
It looks amazing. You can feel the energy there. And to follow along on social media, too, to watch everyone and what is actually resonating with the audience there, not just inside the building, too, but resonating throughout the country. Just, it's hard to encapsulate and imagine the impact this is going to have on the race. There's also interesting to watch, too, a lot of the Harris supporters, including Tim Walz, who's watching this, obviously, and the Harris campaign watching this with great anticipation to see what Donald Trump is going to say. And we talked about this all week on my program and other programs. I'm sure you saw this, guys, where they compared this to the 1939 rally, the Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden. Obviously, a much different scene because you've had Jewish speakers. You've had Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a Hindu speaker. You've had Byron Donalds, a black man. And this is the new movement. This is the MAGA movement. It's a much bigger tent than anyone could have anticipated. You guys heard the cheers from Robert Kennedy Jr. as well, and so much energy and emotion there too. And it's palpable not just inside the arena, guys. It's palpable here in the studio as well.
Yeah. And John, you'll also be hosting the post show after the rally.
That's right. We'll be here with you once Donald Trump concludes his remarks. We have a great lineup of guests, including Tudor Dixon and others, who will be here with us to break it all down, recap what Donald Trump says, and we'll take a look at this in the entirety of the campaign with just 8 days left to go, 9 days left to go.
All right, John Bachman, thank you so much. And of course, we are awaiting President Trump to hit the stage. Meantime, we've got some great guests here. Matt Foldy, we have Mark Lauder here. Mark, you know the president well. Talk to me, where does that guy get the energy? I mean, he's been crisscrossing all over the swing states, you name it. Now he's coming here to Madison Square Garden, and I'm sure he's going to be out all night, too, afterwards. He could go to another, like a UFC fight. Every time he goes to a rally, I know there's not a fight tonight, but where does the guy get the energy from?
I wish I knew. I mean, he's got me by, 15 years or so, and I can't keep up with him. I mean, he just doesn't tire. He doesn't sleep, and he's always working, I mean, the thing about it, we always question about Joe Biden about, whether he's awake in the middle of the afternoon. I'm more concerned about the text messages you get from Donald Trump at 2 o'clock in the morning because he just thought of something he wants to know the answer to.
Yeah, what's interesting, too, is, Matt, look, I did a monologue on my 5 p.m. Monday through Friday show on this where I was talking about, the fact that a bunch of people who just wanted to be left alone have had government shoved so far down so far down their throat that they are just sick and tired of this. And Donald Trump, he's coming out and he is like the guy that kind of embodies everything that people have decided that they want to change about government. In
That is such a great point, because if you told me when I woke up at 4:45 this morning in Maryland to get here for this rally to cover it, that I'd be on with 3 Newsmax hosts, including a former Navy SEAL, wondering if Hulk Hogan is going to tear his shirt off on national stage, I would believe it, because that's kind of what we're seeing now. I will say, maybe unpopular. I think you could take on Hulk Hogan, but I think that look at who spoke today, right? You have Hulk Hogan, you have Dr. Phil right behind us, you have former elected Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard, you have a Kennedy family scion, RFK Jr. speaking, you've got Elon Musk, who hadn't voted for a Republican until 2022. These people are all, as Dr. Phil was just saying, they didn't necessarily see this in their future, but the left is so far out of control that they are driving people into the game who had no desire to be there, and that's what I think you're seeing. We're in New York City right now. Think about it. A lot of people here probably have never voted for a Republican outside of Rudy Giuliani in their lifetimes, and they are here because they want to elect Donald Trump president, and that's a pretty cool thing to see. I came here because this is an event I think all of us are going to tell our kids about. This is a historic event.
You know, I have friends that never voted before. Can you believe that? Because they actually say that it doesn't matter who the president of the United States is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect anything. Boy, is that not true? Yeah. Because we can clearly see what happens when the wrong person is in the White House. And Joe Biden, we don't know what's going on with him.
Yes, we do. He's on vacation.
Permanent vacation. Who is running things? But we know that this country is headed in the wrong direction. And that's why it does matter who's in the White House. It matters not only for the United States, but for the world.
Well, and I'm old enough to remember when we had a similar situation. It was called Jimmy Carter. And what did that get us? It got us Ronald Reagan. I didn't vote for him, but I'm old enough to remember it. But it got us Ronald Reagan. We're at another moment like that right now. They got their shot. They missed. They blew it. And now I think we're going to unleash what's even better on the backside.
Amen.
The left is good at missing a lot of shots, as we saw with the first Trump assassination attempt, thank God.
Yeah. 7 shots. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's welcome in Sebastian Gorka, former White House advisor, host of the Gorka Reality Check. All right, Sebastian, great to have you on for this. You sat next to this guy's side in the White House, in the Oval Office. The guy's still gunning, man, since 2015.
Yeah, it's, I just can't say more than what Mark said. That man is 25 years older than I am. If I had a quarter of his energy, I'd be very, very satisfied. When I was in the White House, I'd often be asked, hey, when the president's Twitter account is tweeting at 3 a.m., that's you, Seb, right? And I'd say, no, I need my sleep. That's President Trump. So he has now been 56 days straight campaigning. There's something to be said for those Scottish-German genes. It's truly remarkable. But this is what you have to do if you love our country and you want to save it. And that's why he is in New York, of all places, in Madison Square Garden, because we've got 9 days to save the nation. And I've got my hat as well. I'm ready, too.
Dr. Gorka, can America survive another Harris administration?
The world can't survive. I mean, look what happened. President Trump is commander-in-chief, 4 years with no new wars, Russia in a box, North Korea behaving themselves, ISIS crushed. And what do we have now? We have the slaughter of the innocents in Israel. We have war, war with tanks in Europe. We haven't seen that since 1945. We have China intimidating its neighbors. It's not just the American economy and another 20 million illegals and rampant crime and apartment blocks being taken over by Venezuelan crime cartels. The world is on the brink right now. Look at what's happening between Iran and Israel. If we don't get President Trump back in the Oval Office behind the Resolute desk, it's not just the future of the Republic, it's the future of mankind.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, is Donald Trump has taken politics used to be for, like, sleepy old men who, went to the country club and things like that. He has turned pop culture as the basis for his new campaign. It used to be Democrats would get like the hip, cool people to do that. I mean, they still think they are with Lizzo and stuff like that, but I don't think so. So anyway, they've got this, Donald Trump has got this momentum of pop culture behind him where now it's cool. I've got like kids that go to school with my 11-year-old daughter who are like, yo, Trump? Like, whoa, we are back, huh?
The great irony of the last 9 years, Carl, is that we conservatives are now the cool kids. I'm actually in Phoenix right now. I'm going to step on stage soon with Carrie Lake, with Charlie Kirk, and I decided wherever I travel now, I am wearing this hat. I wore it on the plane. I wore it at the airport. People come up to you from every walk of life, and they say, "Love your hat. Can we save America?" 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if you went to CPAC, if you went to a conservative conference, it would be, you know, people in their bow ties and their blazers with the brass buttons. Now it's everyone. Why? Because President Trump wants to save America for all Americans who love the nation. This is what the mainstream media, the Democrat Party don't understand. He doesn't care whether you voted for him or not, or didn't vote. He'd prefer if you did. But if you're an American, he wants your family to be safe, and he wants your family to prosper. That's why right now we are seeing Madison Square Garden, New York, absolute capacity crowd, and people waiting there since 2 a.m. to get in. That's in New York, because people realize that man that I used to work for loves America, and he's taken a bullet for the nation, and now it's time for us to give back. We've got 9 days to get everyone we know to the polling stations, to the polling booths, to vote early. We can't move 85 million people on the 12 hours of election day. If you care about America, get 5 of your friends to vote, because this is the make or break. You've heard it 100 times before, but this is it. If another 20 million illegals are let into this country, if they're given amnesty, if Iran uses nuclear weapons in the Middle East, America's done, and the world is on fire. It's really that simple. 9 days to save America.
It really is. It really is. Dr. Gorka, host of the Gorka Reality Check right here on Newsmax. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Tonight, you got to tune in. 10 o'clock tonight. It's going to be amazing.
All right.
10 p.m. Gorka Reality Check. You don't want to miss
Yeah,
it.
man. All right. President Trump is getting ready to speak here, Madison Square Garden. We're going to watch him in full right here as soon as he takes the stage. We're just waiting for him. Stay with us. I'm back in a sec.
And we need to unify this country. You have the right to vote for who you want to vote for president, and we need to step up and claim it, and we need to stand with each other. There are so many who want to, but they're bullied, so they're afraid to. Let me tell you something. One of the most important days in American history was 9/12/2001. Not 9/11. We all know what happened on 9/11. One of the most important days was 9/12, because on 9/12, we all woke up and we were all Americans on 9/12. If you were an American on 9/12, stand up right now. If you were an American on 9/12, stand up right now. That's who we are. That's who we are. And the difference between this and Moses is never seen things Moses don't want to do. And we have to stand proud to help our neighbors who want to vote their conscience and not be afraid. No one should be alone. No one should feel abandoned. No one should have their business boycotted. If you hear somebody's getting their business boycotted, you should get your friends and make sure their business gets doubled. If somebody pulls their advertising from your friend's business, you should let those advertisers know you're going to spend the rest of your life making sure that advertiser is boycotted until they do the right thing. We need to let people know this is over in America. We're going to unify this country. We're going to listen and not be intimidated. We're going to go out and lead by example. Let's quit complaining about what is and start doing something about it. If your neighbor wants to vote the other way, say fine, go vote the other way. I'll love you anyway. Let's lead by example. If they want to do it, let them do it. Love them anyway. But as for you, the collective you, I don't want you to just listen and say, nice talk, Dr. Phil. I want you to march in your life. I want you to march with your beliefs. I want you to not be intimidated. Don't be stopped and don't just vote. Take 5 people with you. Like I said, the difference between winners and losers is winners do things losers don't want to do. And what they do is they take actions toward known outcomes. They deal with the truth. They set goals and they go after them with passion. And it's time for us to bring it home. It's time for us to bring it home. It's time for us to be winners. Winners, winners, winners. I started by telling you I love this country. I'll finish by telling you I love this country. And I love you for loving this country. God bless you and God bless you.
Welcome back to our special coverage. You're taking a live look there. Madison Square Garden, packed house right now. We're going to take a dip into J.D. Vance.
Oh, well, I think J.D. Vance is coming up in just a sec. But anyway, folks, this is unbelievable. While we're waiting for J.D. Vance, we're going to dip in to Luke Ball right now, CEO of Mason Burroughs Strategies. Luke, wish you were here, buddy, but I mean, you're missing out.
Yes, this is amazing. No other person could do something like this. This type of rally in this arena, in this venue, I'm telling you, the energy is electric, and this has to be psychological warfare against the Democrats. To see this sheer amount of people turn out for somebody, bordering up against all of these key swing states and centered right in the heart of deep blue states. This has to be something that the Democrats are looking at going, maybe we're in trouble in the last few days heading up to the election day.
Yeah, no, it is incredible. You know, as we just see the star-studded thing, they are just packing this place with people in anticipation for this. There's a lot of things going on right now behind us. You can hear people cheering, everything like that. But you know, Luke, what is the sentiment of people around you who, you know, maybe weren't that involved in 2020, but now are super involved in 2024?
When I was at church this morning, I had people coming up to me asking me, is there actually hope? Can we actually start to take America back? And my answer is absolutely yes. You just look at the amount of people that are turning out for a rally like this. This is populism personified. This is what a populist movement looks like. People in a deep blue state turning out in a show of support for President Donald J. Trump, for the policies that are irrespective of any political party. They transcend party lines. People are wanting a better economy. They want strong foreign affairs in the United States so we can save our men and women in uniform from having to go over and fix the problems that have been caused by the Biden-Harris regime because we aren't leading on the world stage anymore. So as people are starting to talk to me, they're like, I wasn't paying attention to politics before, but this is starting to ramp up a little bit because it's seeping into every aspect of American culture. Every single part of our country is touched in some form or fashion by this election. It's why it is the most crucial election of our lifetime, because it is a referendum on the conscience and the heart of the American people.
You know, we were just talking about it with Gorka, right?
Yeah.
And we were talking about how young people are now more and more involved in this election than I think we've ever had in our lifetime. You know, back in the day, you think conservative, you think
my daughter's 11-year-old friends are for Trump.
Right. I mean, it's incredible. So, Luke, what are you hearing from that younger generation? You hear the crowd chanting USA, USA. They see what's happening to their country, and they want to bring it back.
Yeah, the next generation is tired of people talking down to them, saying that you must fold into this demographic, you must vote for this political party. They're starting to come of age and pay taxes, figure out what the heck a Social Security payment is, figure out what Medicare and Medicaid and all of these different things are that their parents are having to pay and that they will have to pay into. So they are sick and tired of seeing a government increasingly encroach on their independent rights and their freedom to pass it away to a generation that they're not entirely sure is going to be able to inherit a United States of America. America. And as I'm speaking to older people, they're telling me we have such a burden for your generation, my children and my grandchildren, because I saw what America was when I was growing up. I saw the American dream come to fruition, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to pass off an American dream to my children. It's more like an American nightmare. We're not actually positioning ourselves to be a strong leader in the future. We're not going to be the reserve currency of the world if we continue heading in the way that we are. We're not going to be the strongest military on the presence of the world if we continue capitulating to this woke radical agenda. So the young people of America are starting to realize that freedom is legitimately one generation away from extinction, and they don't want to be that generation. They want to be the one that helps preserve this time. We have an opportunity to be 1776 patriots in a 2024 election. This is our moment and this is our time. Young people can turn out and sway this election. They're not going over to the Democrats and the left-wing folks anymore and just taking their talking points lock, stock, and barrel. They're actually applying their fortitude when it comes to their mental thought process of, hey, I'm not going to be able to have the life that I want to have unless I take charge of my country and move forward with this agenda.
All right, thank you, Luke. What were they just chanting there?
Save our kids. Let me tell you, school choice is the sleeper issue of this election, I think.
Absolutely. They're trying to radicalize, brainwash our children, you name it. All right, let's bring in our guest, Harrison Fields, a Trump 2024 surrogate. Also back with us again, Mark Lauder. Harrison, we're just talking about education, right?
Yeah.
You know, children, they're being brainwashed, they're being radicalized when they go to school. Instead of the American flag, we're seeing the rainbow flag. I mean, it's happening, and parents are like, I don't want this anymore for my child.
Yeah, I'm a new dad. My daughter is about to be a month in 2 days.
Congrats.
And thank you so much. To think that I'll be raising my daughter in an America where I even have to have these fights, it's crazy. And I think this is why a lot of parents are saying enough is enough. We need to get back to the basics. We have to get back to reality and stop with this insanity culture. And this is why school choice is so important. It's the civil rights issue of our time. Your zip code should not decide your child's future, and we need to be able to give parents the opportunity to allow their kids to flourish. You look at New York City, Philadelphia, Detroit, these are crumbling schools. It's not about the money. The money has to follow the child. No more of this public school teachers union selling out. We have to promote parents back into the classroom. We have to get this CRT and DEI out of our classrooms, and it's a winning issue, and Donald Trump is the only candidate who's standing up for parents in this race.
Well, Mark, you know, and the other thing too is you give a bunch of people, like I reluctantly, I hated private school when I went there, but I pulled one of my children out and put them in private school. They are excelling right now. How many parents out there would tell the public school system to pound sand if they had the opportunity to take their tax dollars with them and get a better education somewhere else? But also bringing the unions, the teachers' unions, to their knees and forcing them to teach kids how to put rockets on the moon rather than pride flags.
Well, and it's such a basic fundamental problem with the whole liberal orthodoxy. They believe our money is theirs. The public schools believe that your property tax dollars, your tuition dollars belong to them. They don't have to work for it. They don't have to show proof of concept or proof of progress. They think it's theirs. And what we're saying is, no, it belongs to the parents. It came from our property taxes. It came from our income taxes. And we should be able to decide if the public school is a great school, great, send your child there. If they want to go to a private school, if they want to go to a religious school, that's up to the parents to decide, not the government and not some arbitrary lines drawn on a map.
I have a daughter, and she loves to play sports. 7-year-old Julia, if she's watching at home, Mommy loves you. And she's my little heart and soul.
Mine is sitting right there behind us, by the way.
Mackenzie, she's 11 years old. If you want to imagine Carl Higbie as a little girl, there she is. You gotta bring her on. Well, they let us bring her. She's so cute. She's the cutest thing ever. She even walks like you.
Yeah, I know.
She's adorable. Okay, but I see it with even some of the cartoons and the shows. They are trying to infiltrate and try to change our child's mind and make something that's abnormal normal. It's concerning. Why do you think the woke? What did Elon Musk say at the woke mind virus? Why are they trying to infect our young people?
Because these people are demonic. This is like the devil's infiltrated society. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. I grew up in the 90s where Disney Channel was normal, where you had Sleeping Beauty was kissed by a male prince, not by a female prince. The American people are seeing this. Parents are concerned about what's going on. And I've got to say, as a Puerto Rican, there's a lot of Twitter's trending about Puerto Ricans because this joke that was made here. If they think, the Democratic Party thinks we as Puerto Ricans are so stupid that we're not going to vote for Donald Trump because of a silly joke from a comedian, it's ridiculous. AOC, Bad Bunny, Kamala Harris just put out a video talking about how Puerto Ricans need to vote against this type of rhetoric. It was a joke. Puerto Ricans have to unite, and we have to vote for Donald Trump because we know that inflation will go down, interest rates will go down. You talk about the border security. We need to get back to common sense. And Puerto Ricans, let me tell you, my mom's a Puerto Rican. If she ever found out that they were trying to change my pronouns in school, my mom, a retired NYPD detective, would have been in that school, and she would have been ready to bust a couple doors down and some skulls because she's not playing this game. And she's a Puerto Rican, and she already voted for Donald Trump. My grandfather, 93 years old, voted the first time for Eisenhower, Puerto Rican, voting for Donald Trump again. So this crazy nonsense, we're smarter than that. Kamala Harris, stop weaponizing rhetoric.
Hey, your mother seems like she could be a good option for Donald Trump's Department of Homeland Security.
She'll be ready. She'll be ready to go. She was a 9/11 first responder. I got her pin right here. My mom will be ready. Audrey, I know she's watching. Love you.
God bless. All right, folks, keep it right here. Our special coverage of Trump's rally continues on Newsmax. Don't go anywhere.
You're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Together, Donald J. Trump and all of us as part of this movement are going to unleash a golden age of American prosperity. We're going to make life affordable again in the United States of America. We're going to put the American dream of homeownership within reach for millions of American young people. We're going to secure our border and we're going to keep our families safe. We're going to protect your right to free speech and religious liberty. And we're going to do it all thanks to the leadership of one man. Now we have to remember, that one man, Donald J. Trump, 8 years ago, go back 8 years, he had everything. He had fame, he had fortune, he had family, he had friends. But he gave up the easy life to save the United States of America. When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to impeach him. When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison, and when that didn't work, they even tried to kill him. But as sure as the American flag still waves, Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight.
I'm Lydia Serrana. You can catch me every Sunday at noon Eastern, as well as Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern with the incomparable Carl Higbie here.
Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern every night. Let's look over. Eric and Laura just took the stage. Let's toss over to them.
We have ever had is right behind us. Let's make some noise for him. Guys, this isn't politics. This isn't politics. This is a family. It's hard. We love you too. We love you too. This is so much more than a political movement. This is the greatest family in the world. We are fighting for a country we love. We are fighting for the American flag. We are fighting for the Constitution. We are fighting for our liberty. And as a family, we've been out there every single day over the last 10 years. They've tried everything they could to destroy my father, to destroy us. Dirty dossiers, Russian hoaxes. They tried to impeach him twice. They went after his Supreme Court nominees. They threw him off of Facebook. They threw him off of Twitter. They threw him off of Instagram. They tried to take away his First Amendment right. Guys, they tried absolutely everything. They weaponized every DA and every AG in this country to try and take down my father. Here in New York, they did exactly that. Alvin Bragg, Letitia James. They tried to destroy his life. They tried to take him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to take him off the ballot in Maine. They tried to subdue the vote of literally hundreds of millions of Americans who absolutely adore the guy. Guys, it's been political lawfare every single day. And then somebody tried to kill him. And despite that, every single time he stands up and he says, fight, fight, fight. And how do you think it feels for them as we're back at Madison Square Garden, the greatest arena anywhere in the world? Guys, I saw the Rangers play here and win the Cup in '94. Every Knicks game, every concert, the greatest arena anywhere in the world. And you better believe the entire party who has failed at taking down Donald Trump, an entire party who has failed at taking down his family, they're sitting there on those cameras right now watching all of us, watching all of you. Almost 200,000 people tried to get into this event tonight. The streets, Fifth Avenue, all the way from Trump Tower, all the way down to Madison Square Garden, 10 people deep. That's how much love there is in the greatest city anywhere in the world. Guys, in 9 days, we're going to win. We're going to win. And not only is he going to make America great again, he's going to make New York City great again. So on behalf of our entire family, thank you. Thank you for being on the greatest ride I could have ever possibly been a part of. Thank you for 10 incredible years. I want you to know, and I speak on behalf of my entire family, I want you to know that we will never stop fighting. My father will never stop fighting. Laura will never stop fighting. I'll never stop fighting. We live in the greatest country in the world. We are not going to allow that to slip away. And I promise you guys the best days of this nation are ahead of us. I love you very much. New York, it's an honor to be here.
aren't done with us just yet. I'll say a few things if that's okay with everybody here. Can I just say how honored I am to be the co-chair of the Republican National Committee for you guys? I'll tell you something, we're making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections and nobody's cheating in 2024. Guys, we are 9 days away from making sure we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to the Democrats, to Hollywood, that it is not them. It is we, the people, who choose our president, and we're choosing Donald J. Trump. And I gotta tell you, it is incredible to be here in Madison Square Garden, in New York City, the greatest city on earth, in the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Because if you think about it, New York City made Donald Trump, right? But Donald Trump also made New York City. He changed the skyline of this city, rebuilt it. Remember whenever they couldn't get an ice skating rink, Woolman Rink in Central Park? Donald Trump rebuilt the ice skating rink for New York City. By the way, under budget and ahead of schedule, if I'm not mistaken, because that's how we like to do things in the Trump family. And when nobody else was doing it, Donald Trump put his heart and soul right here in New York City. It's true, and this is the city that made him a household name. This is the city that put Donald Trump in so many rap songs, by the way, right? And truly made him the American dream. But I'll tell you something, being a New Yorker teaches you something else, doesn't it? It teaches you how to be tough. It teaches you that it doesn't matter how hard you get hit, you get back up and you keep fighting. When they impeach you, you keep fighting. When they indict you, you keep fighting. When they take a mugshot of you, the greatest mugshot in the history of the world, you keep fighting. And when an assassin's bullet strikes you, you don't lay down. You get up, you stand strong, and you keep fighting, right? Now, in case you guys don't know, Donald Trump likes to go places nobody expects him. Anybody hear about a little rally up the street in the Bronx? Yeah. Does anybody know the last time a Republican president campaigned in the Bronx? It was Ronald Reagan, and ladies and gentlemen, he turned New York red. I'm just saying. It is the honor of my life to be part of this movement, and Eric is right. This is not just about politics. We are all a big family, and we're a family who loves this country. And I can tell you something, 9 days from now, it is going to be the sweetest comeback, because we know the art of the deal. We also know the art of the comeback from Donald Trump that this country has ever seen. Everybody get out, vote early, take a friend to vote. Let's make America great again. We love you, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Donald Trump Jr.
Hello, Madison Square Garden! Are you guys ready to take your country back? Are you sick of the insanity? Guys, this is not my first rodeo. It's the third go-around, but you think this could have ever happened 4 or 8 years ago in the heart of New York City? The King of New York is back to reclaim the city that he built. My father changed the skyline of this city. He fixed the things that incompetent bureaucrats couldn't handle. He did that against all odds. He did it for our country, too, and now everyone recognizes it. What's unique about this election, folks, you've had 4 years under both leaders. The media would like to pretend that Kamala Harris started her political career about a month ago in a coup, the most democratic process to ever not have a single vote. She's going to be a moderate, folks. She's going to be a moderate. A radical San Francisco liberal. The daughter of a Marxist professor is now magically going to be a moderate. No one's buying it anymore. You know why? Because they've been lying to you for the last 9 years, and you're not buying their crap anymore. You've had enough. The fact that I could drive here today with my father for like 25 blocks and watch the streets of New York lined up with red MAGA hats tells us everything you need to know. You had 4 years under Donald Trump, and despite the most vicious opposition from the media, from big tech, from the Democrats, and even from the weakling Republicans, you got results. We got peace deals done. Our enemies weren't invading their neighbors. The economy grew. Inflation was next to nothing. And then Kamala Harris and Joe Biden took over, and everything went to hell like that. I keep watching it in the news. It's amazing. Kamala Harris is going to fix all these things. I say, you know what? Why hasn't she started fixing them? You know, you've had 4 years. Why didn't you maybe get going? You're going to wait till January 20th? Americans are suffering. People can't make rent. Businesses are going under. Grocery prices are too expensive. I tell a story. Last summer, I was coming back from a fishing trip with 2 of my boys. And we went to McDonald's. And it was $48 for a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old, and me. And guys, let me tell you, if Donald Trump Jr. has sticker shock at McDonald's, we have a serious problem. It does not have to be this way, guys. We can change it, but it's going to take all of you. You know, these days, you know, everyone's a tough guy. Everyone's a tough guy on the keyboard, on the internet. You know, everyone's a badass. But when you get shot in the face and you come back defiant, ready to fight, that's a badass. That's the guy. That's the guy that can fix the problems that we have. That's the guy that's going to keep our enemies in check. That's a guy that's going to fight for each and every one of you. He's done it once. Let's send him back to Washington, D.C. with an overwhelming mandate to fix the nonsense once and for all. Guys, look at the people who have spoken here tonight, and look at some of the people who are still coming. When did you think you'd be able to get RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, people from all different walks of life, incredible skill sets, whether it be health, whether it be technology, everything. You have them on one unified ticket. Think about that. Compare that to Kamala Harris and Tampon Tim. It ain't the same, folks. Timmy ain't fixing anything, and neither is Kamala. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change Washington, to put in common sense practices, to put Americans first, because they're not first right now. The Democrat Party has forgotten about Americans. Rather than cater to Americans, they decided, you know what? It would just be easier to replace them with people who will be reliable voters. The insanity has to stop, and the fact that we can pack Madison Square Garden in the heart of New York City shows me that the spirit of the American people is there. That same spirit my father showed on July 13th, that's the spirit of America. That's the spirit we need going into Election Day. So for the next 9 days, each and every one of you, you line up like you're the third monkey on line for the ark and it's starting to rain. You vote early, and then you bring your friends so that we can take back our country once and for all. And when we do that, guys, we're not just going to make America great again. We're going to make the world great. We're going to make the world safe. We're going to fix it all. Get out there, guys, and just like you're going to fight, get out there and vote, vote, vote. Thank you, New York City. Love you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage CEO of the UFC, Dana White.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 9 days away from the most important election of my lifetime. Stakes have never been higher, and the choice has never been clearer. President Trump and I have been friends for 25 years. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. He is the most resilient, hardest working human being that I've ever met in my life. I I know he's a great leader. This is not my opinion, not my hope. He's proven he can build the strongest economy in American history. He's proven he can secure our borders and keep our nation safe. He's proven to be the strong leader allies and adversaries alike must respect. He's proven he loves this country so much, he's literally put his life on the line for it. What has the other candidate proven? She can get your party's nomination without even facing voters. What else? What else can she offer the American people other than vague promises and no plan? She talks a lot about the need for change and her hope for the future. Hope and change. Does that sound familiar? She can use the old Obama playbook, but she's not Obama, and she is no agent of change. She is the sitting vice president of the United States right now. What she hopes is voters will focus on the future because she doesn't want us looking at the last 4 years to see what we really need to change. We need change from sky-high inflation. According to Yahoo Finance, the cost of groceries is up over 25% during the Biden-Harris administration. Food is unaffordable for most Americans. That has to change. We need change from wide-open borders. BBC News reports illegal immigration reached record levels since they took office, with an estimated 10 million border crossings. That's a 300% increase compared to the Trump administration, and that's not including the unknown millions who cross undetected. That is the record of the other candidate, the border czar of the Biden administration. We need change from weak foreign policy. According to the Institute for Economics and Peace, a nonpartisan think tank, think about this, there are more active armed conflicts now than any time since World War II. Weakness from the Biden-Harris administration has invited aggression and conflicts around the globe. When President Trump was our commander-in-chief, the world was a much more peaceful place. J.D. Vance touched on this, but I want to hit it again. Vice President Harris was asked recently by the objective journalists of The View if there's anything she would have done differently than Biden over the past 4 years. And again, her answer was, there is not a thing that comes to mind. So, don't take my word for it, take hers. She will not change a thing. Hope is nice, but hope is not a plan. Change is needed, but change won't come from the status quo. And she is the status quo. If you want real change, you'll vote for proven leadership. If you want to return to economic prosperity, border security, and global stability, you'll vote for the one candidate who's proven he can deliver all of that. My fellow Americans, if you want what's best for your family and this country, you're going to vote Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, New York. Have a good night.
Yes. Dana White.
I know, man.
Dude, this is incredible. Don Jr. rocks the house. Dana White comes out there and basically says, I've known this guy for 25 years. He's the most resilient guy I've ever met.
This is incredible, right? I mean, this is the energy here. It's bigger than any UFC fight, any concert that I've ever been to. I've been to Madison Square Garden a number of times, and I've never seen this kind of energy. It's palpable. What do you think, Carl?
I mean, this is like, I'm sitting here. I see I mean, look, I got my American flag in my jacket. Like, there's America absolutely everywhere because everybody here really loves this
this country. Look, I talk about this every night at 5 o'clock, and you do too on Sunday at noon, that this energy is not going away. You can put Donald Trump away after these 4 years. This energy is staying. It's just who's going to bear the torch.
Also joining us now is John Bachman. John, are you there?
I am here, Lydia and Carl. Great to hear from you guys.
John, sometimes the crowd is so loud that we can't even hear each other. We're standing right next to each other, and like we were talking about, we've been to a number of concerts. I just can't believe it here in this very arena. Talk to me about how historic this is. I mean, the fact that we're in deep blue New York City, and Donald Trump just packed Madison Square Garden, and thousands of people are still outside trying to get in, and they're also in bars, by the way. I got a friend of mine who texted me, said we told them to turn it to NEWSMAX, and the bartender was like, well, I don't know what channel that is, and he's like, well, now they do, and they're all watching NEWSMAX now in the bars all across New York City. What do you think about that,
we have to check in on John Glasgow in a little bit. I don't know if he's been imbibing himself, but it looks like he's having a lot of fun. But you talked about the historic nature of this event here in Madison Square Garden. Clearly, in the middle of New York City, we talked earlier, and I think some of the speakers have talked about this as well, as how Letitia James and Alvin Bragg and so many people in New York, Chuck Schumer, they have gone after Donald Trump. And so for him to be able to come back here, kind of plant a flag in the ground and say, no, I still have a place here in this city. And so many people have come in from out of town, too. And thinking back to the Republican National Convention, when we were there in Milwaukee and we saw Donald Trump walk into the floor of the arena right after he had been shot, and it was, you think back then all the way back to July, and how does Donald Trump carry that momentum through? And obviously things changed very quickly after that with the selection of Kamala Harris to replace Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. But it appears, and I'm not there with Lydia and Carl, but you listen to everyone who's speaking there, you listen to Lydia and Carl, and you listen to the guests that they've had on. This is obviously more than what we saw even in Milwaukee, perhaps. This is something that Donald Trump obviously can benefit from and catapult him through as we get close to the final week here, the last week of the election. So, guys, this is something that we're going to watch very closely. And, of course, we'll be with you in the audience when they want to stick around and watch the post show. We'll have some great guests, and we'll take a look at what Donald Trump had to say, and we'll look at the significance of this evening in its whole.
I was in for Rob Schmidt on Friday, and I did my monologue on desperate Democrats. Can you imagine, Carl, how desperate, the panic, it must be nuclear red at this point after they see this crowd.
Look, I mean, desperation. I mean, this is packed. This is incredible. Sorry, I'm getting my wires stuck around all the chairs and everything. But like, this is. I'm just so happy that this turned out. And I realize a bunch of Democrats went on and registered for tickets and tried to make sure that there were some empty seats. They packed those seats too. So all those Democrats that tried to do that, you know what? Fail.
We had on the NYPD Chief of Patrol, John Schell, on earlier, and we asked him, were there any arrests? Were there any disturbances? I mean, we're talking about at least 25,000 people that have descended upon a single area here at Madison Square Garden.
It's not easy to get here.
It's not easy to get here. All of these people, Ambassador Grinnell told me he had a hard time even getting through the crowds. Not a single disturbance, not a single arrest. What does that tell you, Carl, about Trump supporters?
First off, the fuzz came out in force, and they said, we are not going to tolerate any of your stuff. Okay. Second off, this is the quality of people. There's not, like you saw at a Kamala rally, there was a woman yelling at a baby.
At a baby.
Yeah.
At a baby.
We don't do that here. This is the type of place where every single person I have met has been overwhelmingly respectful. There have been people getting out of the way, helping up. I watched a guy who was an elderly gentleman who was sitting down. I watched 3 people help him out of his chair, get up, and escort him up the stairs. They didn't even know who this guy was. This is the quality of Trump supporters. So anybody who thinks that Trump people are bad people, I'd invite you to a rally and watch you be welcomed with open arms.
And yet they want to say that we're the party of violence, that there won't be a peaceful transfer of power.
There was.
There was. And if Trump doesn't win, there still will be a peaceful transfer of power. And meanwhile, you've got the left with the fascism, the Hitler rhetoric. It's disgraceful. It really is, because you see the type of people here. They're from all walks of life, middle class, upper middle class. You name it. You had the woman from Guyana, right? That Mike Carter was interviewing. You got people from all different religions: Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, you name it, Catholic, Baptist. They're all here. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What kind of people here? Because Trump is a president for everybody, not just for the radical woke left.
Yeah, well, the other thing too is we're watching for the first time ever, unions are not endorsing the Democrat.
That's right.
We're watching the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, not endorsing a candidate. We're talking Dearborn, Michigan. Kamala Harris and the Democrats pandered so heavily to the Muslim community that they were willing to throw our ally Israel out to dry in the Middle East, and they still didn't get the nomination. What does that tell you when a mayor of the heaviest concentrated Muslim city in America says, you know what, I'm just not going to endorse Kamala Harris on this one?
You have so many people that say, you know what, I'm not even into politics.
Yeah.
I'm not even, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm registering and I'm voting for President Trump. I can't take this anymore. I have a lot of family outside of the Detroit area, in Michigan, Dearborn, Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Farmington Hills, you name it. A lot of Democrats out there, but they say this Democrat Party, they don't recognize it. They don't like those radical left woke policies, specifically when it comes to the transgender issues and the anti-family values and the anti-God. I'm still struck by Kamala Harris, the fact that they kicked out those kids for yelling out Jesus is Lord, and she openly said, you're at the wrong rally. You're at the wrong rally.
It's like
we have it on our money, and God we trust. Why is God so offensive to these people?
Yeah, no, exactly. And folks, like, if you're enjoying this right now, look, 5 p.m. Monday through Friday on Newsmax, you can catch me, and I go off on my little rants there.
This is Carl Higby,
Lydia,
the one, the only.
Yeah, Lydia, 12 p.m. or 12 noon on Sundays. Make sure that you guys are there for that. But you know, we have both hit this to ad nauseum, and the fact that policy. We're sitting here listening to business leaders, CEOs, and big shot people saying like, hey, you know what? I want to be tax left. Limited government, maximum freedom, and it's resonating.
I'm a lifelong journalist. I've been a journalist since I was 12 years old.
I play one on TV.
Maybe 11. You're a Navy SEAL. You save lives. I mean, it's incredible, your background. But I am so saddened by what I have seen happen to the legacy media. I was a producer at CBS News for 5 years. I worked my way up from a production assistant to a coordinating producer to see what they did with 60 Minutes. Basically, it's election interference, if you think about it, with Kamala Harris, to edit her answers, to make her sound more intelligent than she is. And then you see the misinformation that there's no such thing as migrant crime. They fact-checked President Trump during the debate saying, no, crime across the nation has not gone up. And then 2 days later, what a coincidence, the FBI coming out with the numbers that crime indeed has gone up. Then they said abortion, it doesn't happen until the 9th month. That's a lie. And they're the liars. They're the liars. But then where is the fix? Where is them saying, we're sorry, President Trump, that we fact-checked you, we called you a liar, and you were right, we were wrong. That doesn't happen.
You're never going to hear them say that because they've been wrong about so much. And this term, misinformation. It's misinformation. You're either lying or you're telling the truth. Like, I come from a place that used to have just basic terms, okay? I don't deal in gray, I deal in black and white. Like, you're either right or you're not. And I don't understand why we've gotten to a place where now we can say, it's misinformation. Like when KJP comes to the podium and tells a reporter that the question he is asking is mis and disinformation, that is the reason we have 20,000 people in Lower Manhattan right now.
Well, that they skew the data. They're able to kind of change the numbers. I think we got Elon Musk hitting the stage. Let's see. Is this Elon?
We have Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Let's tune into what that guy says.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark, gothic MAGA. Well, the energy in this room is incredible. What a great group of people.
All right, I've only got one question for you, and then I'm getting out of here because this is your stage. But we set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing. Now, you guys are awesome. Honestly, this is like... Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about. Yeah. USA, 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 USA. Wah! Yes. Now, I have something I want to ask you to do, though, because obviously we're somewhat preaching to the converted in this stadium, but there's a lot of people out there who need to vote for President Trump. Okay, so this is a real battle. This is a real election battle. So you need to get friends and family to vote. Make sure they vote early. This is important. We're going to be putting up a scorecard, okay? An early vote scorecard, state by state, county by county. What is the scorecard? Vote early. Vote now. Yeah. Make the margin of victory so big that you know what can happen. Massive, overwhelming sweep of every swing state, and even some of the states that people don't think are swing states. Massive, crushing victory. Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go. And with that, it is my honor to introduce the First Lady, Melania Trump.
Good evening, New York City. Hello, Madison Square Garden. Our hometown, where architectural symbols of strength, courage, and unity create a canvas for the world's undisputed capital of industry. Where titans of finance, fashion, and entertainment convene among an iconic range of superior design, structures, and artistic accomplishments. And American ingenuity blossoms among determined citizens who race across city streets and between offices, striving for success. It is you who are the heartbeat of this great metropolis. It is you who are the pulse of this America. Yet, New York City is unforgiving. In fact, our lives are complicated even during the best of times. And sadly, today, a declining quality of life coupled with economic instability makes it difficult for business to thrive. Love you too. Crime is on the rise, while public safety diminishes, creating an environment where families with young children choose to relocate. And this story repeats itself from coast to coast across our nation. This is America. For generations, this town has produced America's most fearless leaders, whose mark changed the course of the world. New York City and America needs their magic back. A country of tomorrow that will shape our future and reset expectations for the generations. Envision a wonderful America where the seeds of security, prosperity, and health are sown once again for benefit of our families. Let us charge together with a shared vision that builds on American greatness. Let's seize this moment and create a country for tomorrow, the future that we deserve. And now, please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
Special coverage of the Trump rally is exclusively sponsored by Preserve Gold. Get peace of mind with precious metals delivered to your home or retirement account with Preserve Gold today.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life. If I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. But the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much to a very popular former First Lady, hopefully First Lady again. And I just want to say a very big hello to a special place, New York, and to an incredible arena, Madison Square Garden. Incredible. And then we have all of the people that could fill it up 10 times. You take a look at outside what's going on all the way down to the river, the beautiful, beautiful Hudson River. They're outside watching this now at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They've never had it. And I want to thank Jim Dolan. He's been incredible. He's been just incredible. The job they've done. Thank you. But I'm thrilled to be back in the city I love, and thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots. You're with me. We're all together. We've always been together. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We need the American dream to come back home. Our country will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We will achieve success that no one can imagine. We will have the strongest economy, the most secure borders, the safest cities, the most powerful military, the best trade deals, and we will dominate the frontiers of science, medicine, business, technology, and space. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. I'm asking you to dream big again. We're going to dream big again. We haven't been dreaming big at all. This will be America's new golden age. It's going to happen quickly, too, very quickly. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. Next Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've done a terrible job, that crooked Joe Biden has done a terrible job. You've destroyed our country. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Early voting is underway in every swing state, and we are setting all-time records. They're voting, I tell you what. I don't want to talk about it. But we have to keep it going. You got to get out and vote. We just have to get out. And who would have thought this was going to happen? We're leading in every swing state. But it doesn't mean a thing. It only means how are we doing at the end. So look, we have 9 days from now. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to win back the beautiful White House. And we're going to make America great again, and it's going to happen fast. Thank you. In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has shattered our middle class. She cast the deciding votes that launched the worst inflation in the history of our country. She cost the typical American family over $3,000 in a short period, but over $30,000 over the last 3 years. She killed 50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. Now Kamala wants to raise the typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year and impose a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover. If I win, we will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. Which is what we had in our last term. We will rapidly defeat inflation, and we will very simply make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable. I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right? They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, 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 but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much. I'll also make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, but only for cars made in America. Have to be made in America. And we will achieve energy independence, and we will do something. We want it so badly. We're going to do something. You know what we're going to do? Front row Joes. You know, I got front row Joes here. I got the ladies from North Carolina, number 249. This is the 200, and you look so beautiful. We have a lot of people. They followed us, but we're going to do something. The ladies can tell you what we're going to do. We're going to drill a baby drill. And I will terminate the Green New Scam, and we'll cut your energy prices in half, 50%, within 1 year from January 20th. Is the fake news hearing that? Whoa! Look how much. Wow, that's a lot of fake news. That is a lot of fake news. Look at that. Wow. That's got to be a record, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a record. That is a lot of fakers back there. To bring back millions of jobs, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. Remember this, if we keep going like this, we won't have the biggest and the best. We won't have a market, we won't have a country. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protected companies. We're going to protect our companies. They're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff. It's called an eye for an eye. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our great families, and I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. There's never been anything like it. It's bigger than inflation. It's bigger than the economy. What they're doing to our country, they're allowing criminals from all over the world to enter our country. Over the past 4 years, Kamala Harris has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. There has never been anything like it anywhere in the world for any country. Kamala has imported criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. A lot of people are coming from the Congo prisons. They're coming from all over the world. Over the last month, 181 countries violated our laws. And she has resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American citizens. But the day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion of our country ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Nice group of people. They got together in prison, the worst prison in the world, they say. It's called Tren de Aragua. And that is taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America, especially in Aurora, Colorado, where we have a governor who's petrified of them, and maybe he should be. But now they've even taken over Times Square. Take a look.
Orders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
And when people talk about lack of crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez and Angel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders. He was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
That's who we're allowing into our country. We're not going to have a country any longer. That's who we're allowing in. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. Not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. November 5th, 2024, 9 days from now, will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, which is equally vicious, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. That's how far back. That's when they had law and order. They had some tough ones. Think of the Alien Enemies active, 1798. You hear that, Mr. Speaker? Get ready. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And there are lots of them. We don't have the same country anymore, you know that. And you know, when you look at the polls and they say about the economy and they have all these different things, the worst nightmare that we're facing is what they've done to us on our borders. We had the safest border in the world. In fact, there's a chart, which I hope they have, because I didn't tell them I wanted it, but there's a chart that I love very much because I wouldn't be here without it. That's it. I love it. I'm in love with it. I love that chart. Even if it had bad numbers, I would have loved that chart, but it doesn't. It has great numbers. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, you'll see that was the day I left office. That was the lowest illegal immigration that we've ever had in recorded history, the recorded history of our country. And then look at it. It was like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at what happens. Look at what happened after that. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Under Kamala, America is a sanctuary for criminals and for illegal aliens that are in our country illegally. I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States. Kamala's gross incompetence disqualifies her from being President of the United States of America. She is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interviews, look at what she did the other night on fake news, CNN. Just take a look. She couldn't answer a question. She's unfit for office. Everyone knows it. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual. From humiliating our country in Afghanistan to the war in Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to her inflation catastrophe, all done in conjunction with Sleepy Joe. But he was largely sleeping, wasn't he? After 4 o'clock, it's time to go to bed. To his and her egregious hurricane response, the worst response in North Carolina and other states since Katrina, but I think it was even worse than Katrina. They haven't even responded in North Carolina. They haven't even responded. There's nobody. They don't see any FEMA. You know why? They spent their money on bringing in illegal migrants, so they didn't have money for Georgia and North Carolina and Alabama and Tennessee and Florida and South Carolina. They didn't have any money for them. They spent all of their money on bringing in illegal immigrants and flying them in by beautiful jet planes. They flew in. We just found out about a year and a half ago. Remember, we said, what's going on? Those planes, there are a lot of planes going over there. What are they? They would fly them into the middle of our country, our beautiful, beautiful country. And you know what happened? You take a look at Springfield, Ohio. Think of this. Where 30,000 illegal migrants were put into a town of 50,000 people. No place can withstand that. Or take a look at Aurora in Colorado. Colorado is going to vote for us. You know why? Typically, they go a little bit the other way. Of course, with their voting system, I'm not so sure about that. But you know why? Because they tried to throw the leading candidate of both parties, meaning me. I was leading both parties off the ballot, and the people of Colorado, including Democrats, are very angry about it. They are a threat to democracy, to use their term. Isn't it nice to have somebody that's your president that doesn't need a teleprompter? We haven't been on teleprompter for a long time. I haven't been on this teleprompter. No, it is nice. You saw the other day where Kamala got a little stuck on the teleprompter, went a little bad. It stopped on her. You have to be, you know, if you're a politician, you have to be able to handle that. Remember? You have to do the weave, he says. Got to do the... You got to do more than the weave. But it happens a lot as a politician. It happens. I mean, we have so many politicians here, great ones. Really great, because some are not so good, but great ones. And when Newt, or when the Speaker, or when Tommy Tuberville, who's here someplace, the great senator from Alabama, or when any one of our literally 75... By the way, should I introduce all of them by name? I should. Should I? No? Yes? I don't know. It's a lot. Speaker, should I? I don't know. Will they be angry? Yeah, they will. It's a lot of introducing, right? Let's keep going with this speech, right? But, you know, when you have when you're in this profession... I have a friend who wanted to come in. I said, do you like speaking? Well, I do, but I have a great fear of speaking. I said, don't be a politician. If you have a fear of speaking, don't be a politician. But one thing you have to know is that no matter how good your people are that operate this machinery, it's going to break. And you're going to be out there all by yourself a lot. And you got to be able to do so. 3 weeks ago, she was saying there was only 32 days left, right? And she's reading it like, there's 32 days, and it stopped. And she went, there's 32 days. 32, 32, and I was watching. I said, this isn't pretty. 32. She was gone, and then, damn it, it kicked back on. She was gone. We've had it. Happens a lot. And don't forget, you got all those people back there. Now, they don't talk about her, but if that ever happened, it happens all the time. I was campaigning in Ohio for a very, very... Bernie Moreno, he's doing a good job. I think he's maybe going to win in Ohio. The problem he's got, his opponent, Brown, Sherrod Brown, he's taking ads in like he's my best friend. He never votes for me. He's not my best friend. Ohio's been very friendly to Trump. We win it all the time by a landslide. But the opponent is taking ads. I got 4 of them. I think we have 4 of them, right? They're taking ads. All of a sudden, they love Trump. We agree with Trump on tariffs. We agree with Trump on the border. We love Trump. And they're Democrats. Their friends calling up, did they switch to the Republican Party? But it happened with Bernie Moreno. I was in Ohio to try and get him over the initial primary hump. And it was 45-mile-an-hour winds, and these suckers were blowing like... You ever try reading a teleprompter where it's moving about 2 feet in each? But I didn't have to worry about that because even worse, they ended up blowing off the stage a lot of it. So I'm now in the first sentence, and I got 28,000 people and millions of people watching on television. I got no teleprompter. And did I do a good job, Mr. Speaker? And he won. And he won, huh? Thank you, Matt. And he won. And so you're up there all alone. We don't go 32, 32, 32. Oh, my God, whatever. Kamala Harris is a train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. To make her president would be a gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. She would get us into World War III. We're very close to World War III. If you don't have a smart president, If you don't have a president that gets it, if you don't have a president that is respected by the other side, and they did respect us 4 years ago, they really respected us. Iran was broke. They had no money. Russia wouldn't have played with us at all. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel, October 7th, would never, ever have happened, would have never have happened. All those people would be alive right now, those people that were killed on that horrible day. But if you don't have a president that gets it, you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion, Afghanistan, the way not that they got out, we were getting out, but we were going to get out with dignity and strength. We got out, an embarrassment, the likes of which this country has never suffered. And because of that, Putin looked at us and they probably figured we were a paper tiger, and he went into Ukraine, and the rest is history. It would have never happened with us. And you wouldn't have had any inflation. We had the best economy, but we had no inflation. And inflation has destroyed a lot of seniors on fixed income, and a lot of people in this room have been virtually destroyed by inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation. They screwed up our energy, and it went up so much. And then they started spending far too much money on things like the Green New Scam, which is just a scam, just a complete scam. They actually admitted that, if you think about it. But she would get us into World War III because she's incompetent, can't do the job, unfit for it, and then all of your sons and daughters will end up getting a little notice. They'll say, Mom, Dad, what is this little green piece of paper? Ay, 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 darling, that's a draft notice. They're drafting you to go and fight in some country that I've never heard I've never heard of this country before. Oh, no, I don't want my baby to fight. I don't want my baby to be killed. What they did in Afghanistan with those 13 great soldiers, I've gotten to know the parents so well, and leaving all of that equipment behind and leaving Americans behind, and many, many people with no legs and no arms, all because of incompetent people. But we don't want your sons and daughters to get a little draft notice and you have to explain to them what it means. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Remember Crooked Hillary? Remember Crooked Hillary Clinton? Crooked Hillary, oh, she was a beauty. During one of our many debates, she said, look at him, listen to him. He's going to start a war. Listen to his rhetoric. He's going to start a war. I said, no, no, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. 82 years. Other than I finished off ISIS, but that was already started. We had stupid generals like Milley and Mattis, weak, stupid people. But fear not, we have great generals, just not the ones that you see on television all the time. And we wiped them out very quickly. It was going to take 5 years. Mattis said it would take 5 years, and I'm not sure we could do it. It took us like 4 weeks. We have great generals. We have the greatest military in the world. Just a lot of people don't know that. And everybody knows it, but, you know, I saw the other day a report that they issued that if we end up in a war with China, we cannot win. We're not strong enough. So I said to myself, assuming that's true, how stupid are you to put out a report like that? How stupid. Why would you put out a report? Then they'll say, oh, Trump is not truthful. No, I'm smart. You don't put out reports like that. And it's not true. We would kick their ass. It's not true. Our enemies are laughing at her. They want her to win so badly. Oh, they don't want Trump. They don't want Trump. I've made this position a very dangerous one because of that. That's why. It's a very dangerous. You know, if you drive a race car, you have 1/10 of 1% chance of dying. If you ride the bulls, I think the bulls are pretty nasty, right? You have about the same 0.1% of dying. If you become president of the United States, you got a hell of a shot at dying. I never knew that when I ran. I never thought about it, but here we are. Here we are. And I'm okay with it. And I would rather be here than any place in the world. It's called a very dangerous profession. But if we win, our enemies won't be laughing anymore. They're not going to be laughing. And you know what? The truth is I got along with all of them. I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in. Remember, I ended the pipeline in Europe. I ended the pipeline in Europe. And then when Biden came in, he approved it. But he ended the Keystone pipeline, the one in America. So he got it a little mixed up, didn't he, huh? Nord Stream 2, I said, we're ending Nord Stream 2. Everybody said, what is Nord Stream 2? I said, that's the massive Russian pipeline where they're going to make a fortune, where they're going to Germany and all countries in Europe. So I said, you mean we're fighting to help them with NATO and spending all of that money, and they're paying the person and the group that we're fighting billions of dollars a month? What the hell are we doing? I ended it. It was dead. And Biden came along and he approved it. Weak. Look, 30 years ago, he was not considered smart either. So now he's really not smart. If we win, America will be respected, and even if it's necessary, feared again. It's not the worst word. On issue after issue, Kamala broke it, but I will fix it. We're going to fix it. But we're just not running against Kamala. I think a lot of our politicians here tonight know this. She means nothing. She's purely a vessel. That's all she is. When you see her up there talking about the grass on my front lawn, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood, and I had grass on my front lawn. Yeah, but we're asking, what would you do to fix the country? And why didn't you do it? You had almost 4 years. Why didn't you do this stuff? Now she's, she's becoming more MAGA than those politicians I just told you about from the different states. She can't put two sentences together. She's just like, she's really just like, in many ways, crooked Joe Biden. And she never said to us, she never told us that Joe was not functioning properly. She should have. Because, we're talking about the life of the most important country in the world. We need very smart people. We're running against something far bigger than Joe or Kamala, and far more powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. They're just vessels. In fact, they're perfect vessels because they'll never give them a hard time. They'll do whatever they want. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people. But they're smart and they're vicious. And we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting. These are the people who are doing such harm to our country with their open border policies, record-setting inflation, Green New Scam, and everything else that they're doing. But we're not going to let it happen any longer. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. It's going to be the biggest victory in history. We're going to make America great again, everybody. On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden, which is totally disqualifying. And you have to remember this. All of the mistakes he made, and you know what maybe is the worst, but they're all so bad. Think of this. 325,000 children are missing, dead sex slaves or slaves. They came through the open border and they're gone. Their parents will most likely never see them again, almost any of them. Think of the number, 325,000 children are missing or dead. Take a look at this, please.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
U.S. inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So if you want to end this disaster, you got to get out and vote. Just go out and vote. You got to get out. We have to put it away. We're close. We're so close. You know, usually the Republicans are losing in the first week in the early voting. And we did something that has not been done. I don't think, Speaker, it's been done yet, but it's been done for us. We're leading every one of the swing states, all 7 of them. So we usually get them from behind, because Republicans like to vote on a thing called Election Day. You know, in the old days, we had election days. Today, we have election periods. They go on forever. And last time, they went beyond and start early, start late, do whatever the hell you want. You know, we got more votes in 2020 than any sitting president in history by millions. Okay. And we did great, obviously, in 2016. We won, but we did much better in 2020. But everything, nothing compares to what's happening. I mean, you have tens of thousands of people standing outside watching us on a television, and we love you out there. We love you. They're watching. But both of those great races, both of them don't compare to what's happening now. In Florida, we took a massive lead. And all of these places, I mean, there's something happening that's really good. There's something happening that's really good. But let's close it out. Pretend you're 1 point down. Would everybody pretend? Let me just do a poll. Who has already voted? Who is going to vote? That's what I like. That would be better than the other way if you've already voted. So I'd say 16, 17, maybe 20%, and we're leading. And most of you haven't voted, but you promise you're going to vote? Everybody promise? Promise, promise, promise? There's a lot of people in here. Well, the beauty is that, you know, a Republican likes to vote late, and they like to vote and make sure their vote's in the box, right? They want to vote. They just feel better about it. And so we had a lot of people voting, but really that's the same. I do it in every event. I say, who's voted for the last 3 events? Last night I was at Penn State, a great place. I actually met, this is an amazing, the national championship wrestling team. They won Penn State won the national championship, but listen to this. 11 out of the last 13 years, even Jim Jordan would be impressed by that. You know, Jim Jordan is a great guy. He's a great wrestler, all-American wrestler, Jim. You can see it by the way he acts. He's not afraid of anything, right? And I looked at those guys, and they're rough as hell. I said, you may be the only people that can take Tren de Aragua in a fight. And it won't even be that easy for them. They're tough people. But it was great to meet that team, and those great champions, amazing, really great champions. And we were packed at Penn State. We were packed. No matter where we go, we're packed. No matter where we go, because there's something happening. And the something happening is they want to take back their country. People want to take back their country. You love the country. I love the country. We want to take it back. I could be right now on the most beautiful beach in the world. I could be at Turnberry in Scotland. I own it. I could be anywhere. I got that greatest. I don't have to be here, but I would much rather be at Madison Square Garden with you. So we're thrilled to be joined today by an incredible group of patriots who are going to help us save our country, including our next Vice President, J.D. Vance. And a man who was so incredible. Last week I watched that rocket ship come down. I've never seen it. I told this story last night. I was on the phone with a very, very important person. And I'm talking to him, and I'm watching the television while I'm talking to this guy. He's boring as hell. And I said, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm looking at the screen, and I see this rocket pouring the fire, the flames. It's all over the place. It was white a week ago, and now it's pitch black from the burning, coming down at 10,000 miles an hour. It's coming down at a low. There he is. There is my Eli. He's that great. You know what he was doing for the last week? Campaigning in Pennsylvania. He's a sweetheart, too. So I'm talking to this guy, very important guy, big guy, and I have the television screen on, and there's rockets coming down. I said, you know, it was pure, beautiful white when it left, but it's burned from the fire and the flame, and it is. And now I see it coming down like this. And it's like 20 stories tall or something. It's massive. And it's coming down. And I say to the guy, hey, do me a favor. Will you hold on a minute? Just hold on. I'll talk to you. This is like one of the most important people. I'm watching. Said, just hold on. I put the phone down. By the way, I never picked it up again. You know what these people are going to say? He's cognitively impaired. He's cognitively impaired. Oh, you don't think so? They're the worst. They are the worst. So I put it down. And I'm watching this rocket, and I see the engines. I say, oh, it's going to crash. No, because it was looking right next to gantry. I guess they call it the gantry, whatever the hell they call it, the launching pad. And it's coming down at a bad angle, Elon. I wasn't happy, and I was a little worried. You might have been worried, too. I said, oh, no, it's not going to be good. And then all of a sudden, I saw the flame on the bottom left, and it was ripping. The flame was pouring out of that sucker, and it straightened it out like this. And it came down, and it landed, and then it's two of these big, beautiful arms grabbed it, and they held it tight. And I said, I wasn't sure if it was a movie. I thought it might be one of these crazy movies. And I said, I got to call Elon. And I call him. I said, Elon, was that you? This is like about 4 minutes after. Was that you? Yep, that was me. I say, Elon, you're a genius. You are a genius. You are. He is special. He is special. And you know what he wants more than anything else? For our country to be really well run, solidly run, to be run democratically, all the things that everybody in this room wants. And I mean, honestly, he left that pad and he went to Pennsylvania to campaign. Can you believe it? And I asked him a couple of questions. I said, Elon, let me ask you a question. Can Russia do that? No. Can China do that? No. Can anybody do that other than you? Nobody else can do it. Nobody else can do it. Pretty good. And he said, and they won't be able to for 10 years, you said, right? They won't be able to for 10 years. No, he's amazing. And he's a great guy, too. He really is. Got to remember him. This is a piece of work. You know, we had a black hat, right? You saw him with a black hat at Butler. He was there, and it was beautiful. We had 101,000 people celebrating a great firefighter, a great guy, Corey. And Elon got up, and I didn't even know we made a black hat. I've never seen anybody wear it. I see the red hats all over the place, the white hats. I see all different, but I never saw black. But he liked the black. You know, he's a little different. It's a black hat with black letters, okay? It's called Understated. And I said, you like that hat? He said, I love that hat. I call it Dark MAGA. But you know that after that evening, that became our #1 best-selling hat for that week. All I have to do is put something on them now. You're great. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great. Thank you. And we also have somebody that is great. And look, we're not going to let him go too crazy, Elon, with the oil and gas stuff. And, you know, because Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And he's going to be absolutely, having him is such a great honor. I've been friends of his for a long time. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines. The only thing I don't think I'm going to let him even get near is the liquid gold that we have under our feet. I don't know, Elon, he might not like liquid gold. It's oil and gas, sometimes referred to as oil and gas. JD, I think we're going to have to keep him away from the oil and gas. What do you think, Howard? Yes? But where is Robert? He's around. He gave a beautiful speech. He's a great guy. He truly cares. I mean, he truly cares about this, and it's an honor. And we're also pleased to be joined by my beautiful wife. She's got the #1 best-selling book in the whole universe, New York Times. #1 best-selling. Go out and buy one of her. It's a great book. It's a great. You know what? I was nervous when I read it. I said, I wonder if she said some bad stuff about me. I was very nervous. But she's great. Congratulations, honey. That's a big deal. #1 in the New York Times list. Now, if she's #1 and her name is Trump on the New York Times list, that book definitely was #1. I guarantee you that. Thank you, honey. Great. And we have a fabulous, brilliant woman, top student at Yale Law School. They were both top students. They're going to have very smart kids. If you believe in that, I believe in it strongly. I would like to have their children because they are going to be smart. Yale Law School, top of the class, both of them. Usha Vance, thank you, Usha, for being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. With their 2 beautiful children. And my children here, Don and Eric and Tiffany, and along with Lara, Kimberly and Michael, we have great people. We have Barron home. He's watching. That Barron is watching. He's the king of the internet. He's the king of the internet. Oh. Who was that? That's very nice. My sister Elizabeth is here. She's great. I don't know where she is, but she's great. And we love her. And Speaker Mike Johnson is here, and he's doing a great job. It's not easy when you have a majority of 3, but he's done a great job, and he's going to continue to do a great job, and we like him. He's a terrific person. I watched him just totally decapitate a fake reporter on NBC, Meet the Press, Meet the Fake Press. What he did to her was... I think that probably she'll never be the same. Nobody would know. Look at him, such a nice-looking guy, just that little beautiful face with the glasses. Got the little glasses. Everyone says, oh, he's so nice. He's such a nice person. He's not a nice person. He's not nice at all, right, Matt? But great job. We think he's great. And he's going to be around for a long time, I predict. We have a senator here who I love, Senator Tommy Tuberville. And he's from a great place, Alabama. I love Alabama. I'm up in Alabama by 49 points. 49 points. We're up by a lot in a lot of different places, but it's a great place, and thank you, Tommy. And all of our other great congressmen. We have so many, if I ever named them, we're going to be up here a long time. So they're going to be angry. They won't speak to me for probably a month or so, but it'll calm down after that. Right, Matt Gaetz? It'll calm down. It'll calm down. But we have great, great people, and they're really doing a job, and we're going to turn this country around. You know, with me, we got to get the congressmen elected, and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over. I also want to thank Jim Dolan and everyone at Madison Square Garden for an unbelievable, this is unbelievable. I've watched the Knicks and Rangers here, and what a location. You know, they tried to talk Jim out of this location. We're going to move you to the river. We're going to move you all over the place. And he's tough. He said, I don't know. They offered him all sorts of money. We're going to move Madison. It's a very prime location. We're going to move it to the river. Well, we're right on top of every train hub in the, it's like the world or something right here. And he didn't like it that much, but he was offered a lot. Man, did he make a good decision. That would have been peanuts compared to the value. But there's no place like Madison Square Garden. Thank you very much to Jim and all of you people. But here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of Defund the Police. Can you believe it? She was one of the originals for Defund the Police. And anybody who wants to defund our great police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States, because that's where her thinking is. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. You know, those tough people you've been looking up at the screen? They're the ones that get them out of our country. I know a lot of people right in these rows. They're very tough. They don't want any part of it. They got to go in there, fist a-blazing to move them. You know, we had a case in Long Island where MS-13, one of the other really bad gangs, killed 2 young girls, 16 years old, walking to school. They didn't shoot them. They knifed them and they cut them into little pieces because it was so painful. Perfect. Young, beautiful girls were cut up into little pieces by knives. MS-13, they're animals. And you know who took care of it for us? ICE. ICE, they had no problem. Kamala wants to defund ICE. We're not defunding ICE, right? We're not defunding ICE. We're not even going to think about it. She's never going to get the chance. There's no way she becomes president. There's no way. Radical left lunatic who she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, along with Gavin Newsom, the governor, who's the worst, one of the worst governors in the country. They destroyed California. And she's not going to get a chance to destroy our country any further. We're going to get it back fast. She wants to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a totally nonviolent crime. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Is there anybody in the room that would like to give up their gun to come? I had a feeling you might say that. And endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. I don't think that's good. When a criminal crawls into your house at night, it would be nice to be able to at least have a chance, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be nice? She even called for free sex change operations on illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. Think of it, at taxpayer. She said they're caught, they're illegally detained, but if they want a sex change operation, she's all in favor. Now, she gave this stuff up about a year ago, a little more, because it didn't work. It wasn't working too well with the electorate. But she'll be back to it because that's where it is. She's a radical left person from San Francisco. She destroyed the place. But you know, she lied about that, but she also lied about something very important. For years and years, she said she had a job at McDonald's. And the reason I went there last week, do you know that I got a call from Sundar, very smart guy at Google. He said, this is the most amazing thing. We've had just about more hits on this crazy McDonald's store. And I went there just to prove a little point. See, you never know how something's going to work out, Mr. VP, do you? But he called and he said, we've had more hits on McDonald's than, I think he said, anything we've ever had, but let's say it's close. And did anybody watch Joe Rogan recently? Right? So she lied about McDonald's. She lied about everything. She's got ads on saying Donald Trump is this, he's going to do this, he's going to do... It's the exact opposite what my policies are. She's got me doing this. He doesn't want to frack. No, I'm all for fracking, and I have been for... One thing I have been, even the enemy, because they are the enemy, what they've said, even that enemy too, and they're really the enemy. They're the enemy of the people, the press. They said one thing about me that I consider a great compliment. They said, this guy is the most consistent person we've ever seen. Because I've been against cars and car factories being taken out of Detroit and being taken out of our manufacturing of automobiles, being taken out of our system, out of our country for years. I've been against all of the things that are happening and have happened. We stopped it, and now it's happening again. When you hear 50,000 manufacturing jobs lost in just a short period of time. But I've been the most consistent because we're going to bring our manufacturing back to the United States. It's all coming back, so get ready. Get ready. You're going to have your choice of great jobs. And on top of all this, Kamala tried to turn our military woke. So tonight, whether you are a Republican, Democrat, or independent, conservative, or liberal, I'm inviting you to join the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It's really it is. Do you know it's the greatest movement in the history of our country? I tell the story years ago. There's a guy, is a great guy, older guy now, very old, but he was great, conservative guy, Pat Buchanan, right? We know Pat Buchanan. He came in second in the New Hampshire primary. And for 45 years, he made an unbelievable career of it. He was a hot item. He was on every show. He came in second in one primary. We came in first in 50 primaries. We then had a great election that we won. We then had another great election that we did a hell of a lot better in, and bad things happened. We're not going to let that happen. COVID. They used COVID to cheat. But we then had an election. But now we have the election of, well, this will be, in my opinion, I have to say if, because, you know, there's always risks, I guess. But if we pull this off, this will be the biggest political event in the history of our country. Right? And we're building the biggest, broadest, most diverse coalition in American history, including union workers and Border Patrol agents. By the way, the Border Patrol gave me last week their complete and total endorsement. They said he's the greatest president in the history of the country, but we don't have to go that far. And they said there's never been anybody like him on the border. They said to him, the fake news said, has she ever called you? No. They didn't like that answer, by the way. Then they asked her, have you ever called? No, she never called. Almost 4 years, she never called, not once, the Border Patrol. And she was the border czar. She was in charge of the border. Think of it. 4 years, she never called. Now she's trying to say, well, you know, I was really not the border. Whether she was the border czar or not, she was put in charge of the border by Sleepy Joe, and then he went to bed. He put her in charge, went to bed. She did the worst job on the border than anybody has done in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this in the world. And a third world country would fight people with sticks and stones to stop them from pouring into that country. And we let them just come right in. What a shame, what a shame. Police and firefighters also. We have every endorsement from virtually every sheriff's department, police department. I don't think they have one cop. They're looking for just one cop. Is there one? Well, it's not going to be in New York's finest. By the way, how good are the police outside? New York's finest. And you know, I want to thank Mayor Adams, because Mayor Adams has been treated pretty badly. You know, when he said that this whole thing with the migrants coming into New York, this is just not sustainable. You know, we can't do it. We're trying to run a city. We got 100,000 migrants coming. We can't do it. It just can't do it. It's not feasible. It's not good. He said it very nicely. I said, well, he's going to be indicted by these lunatics for saying that. A year later, he got indicted. I think they upgraded his seat in an airplane. That's a very serious charge. They've upgraded my seat a lot, too. I used to fly commercial. I don't fly it so much anymore. But they'd see me back there and, sir, would you like an upgrade? I don't know. Maybe it's something else. But I have to tell you, he's been really great. And he said that they shouldn't be calling Trump a dictator because it's not true. That's nice. That was nice. Very nice. So we want to thank Mayor Adams. He's going through a hard time with these people. These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent. I am under investigation more than the great, late Alphonse Capone. My father's looking down on me right now. He was a tough guy, but he was like legit. And I know my mother's in heaven. I'm not 100% sure my father, but it's close. But he's looking down at me right now. And he's saying, how the hell did this happen to my son? He's not a bad person. I'm a good person. All we want to do is straighten out our country. But all of the veterans are with us, all of the steel workers. I saved our steel plants, and I don't like Japan buying U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel used to be like Elon Musk, like 70 years ago, the biggest, the best company in the world. You know that, Elon? You wouldn't know. He's too young to know. U.S. Steel was the big baby. That was a big, I don't know. There's something nice about U.S. Steel being the biggest as opposed to Google. You know, it's like a different kind of a company. But we sort of need steel in this country. Like, we're not going to go to war with me as your president, but if we, on the long shot that we do, we don't want to say we need steel. Can we get it from China, or can we get it from someplace else? You know, it's always a possibility. But I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. But we need steel, and I would not approve U.S. Steel being bought by Japan. I wouldn't do it. Just out of psychologically not good. We'll help them out, but I don't like it. We're seeing historic levels of support among our black population, Hispanic population, and our Asian population. Jews, Muslims, by the way, did anybody see yesterday? Did anybody see what took place? I was with the Muslims yesterday in Michigan, and when the polls first came out, they had 100%, I had 0. And yesterday, I watched this anchor on CNN almost choke. She said, something's happening in Michigan, big population, couple of 100,000, a lot of votes. Something's happening. The poll just came out. Trump is at 59. Kamala is at 8 with the Muslim population. They never saw anything like that either. And these are people, by the way, they're great. They just want peace. They want to have peace. And it's great. So Jews and Muslims and Catholics and evangelicals and Mormons and They're all joining our cause in large numbers, larger than anyone has ever seen in this country before, larger than they've ever seen in any country. And the Republican Party has really become the party of inclusion, and that's something very nice about that. And we're a big, powerful party, and they're losing it. They're really losing it. Together we will lift America to glory beyond your wildest dreams. It's going to happen fast, too. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala, and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America. We're even going to get Elon to bring that stuff back. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military in total, rebuilt all of our military, built 571 miles of wall, too. I took it out of the military because I couldn't get it from the people in Congress that should have given it to us. So I considered it an invasion. I said to a couple of generals, I said, congratulations, this is an invasion of our country. So I took it out of the military, had 9 lawsuits and won them all. We will build a massive defense shield, all made in the USA. We're going to build a beautiful dome over our country. And a lot of it's going to be made right here in New York. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which has become a very dangerous and badly managed place. We're going to make them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And as long as the Speaker of the House of Representatives is here, I would like to put forward a bill, because I watched 2 months ago as some very bad people, radical left people, by the way, nothing happened to them, in Washington, D.C., burned our American flags. They were burning flags. And I would like to suggest that we put in a bill, if you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Our Second Amendment is under siege. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. It's called America First, and it's going to happen at levels never seen before. And I'll tell our friends, our allies, who sometimes treat us very badly, that it's about time we take care of ourselves. And we will stop the illegal immigration that's taking place at levels never seen before. We will stop it cold and once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. And very much so, it will be filled with the American dream. We're bringing back the American dream, and we're going to bring it back at the highest level that you've ever seen. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. So you need to get out and vote. Get your husband off the couch. The football game doesn't mean a damn thing. You got to get out and vote. Get up, Harry. Come on, Harry. Get up, Harry. Let's go. You're going to vote for the president, Harry. We're going to save our country. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. No city embodies the spirit, energy, and potential of the American people more than where we are gathered tonight. We want to win our country, but we also want to win New York and make it safe and strong and beautiful and affordable and vibrant again. And we're going to do that. And we'll work with the mayor and we'll work with the governor. We're going to do that. We're going to make it great. You know, when I left for Washington 8 years ago, we had a horrible mayor named de Blasio. He was a horrible. And things you could see they weren't being properly done, but still it was a place that people wanted to be and all. But since then, our federal government, what they've done to this place, what they've done to the state, and I mean, to force hundreds of thousands of really rough people into this beautiful, I call it a beautiful oasis. When I left, New York was the place you wanted to be, and now people just don't speak well of it. But we're gonna bring it back, and we're gonna bring it back strong. And I hope you go out and vote. You got to vote for. You got to vote. It would be such an honor to win New York. Hasn't been done in decades. Hasn't been done in so long. It hasn't been done in so long. They all say, "Sir, you're wasting your money." I don't think so. Your crime is through the roof. Everything is through the roof. I remember during the debate, they said, "No, sir, this stupid person named David Muir from ABC Fake News." He said, "Sir, crime is not through the roof. Crime is down." I said, "No, it's not." I said, "It's not down, it's up. It's down." I was like debating three people. I had that person next to him who I never even heard of. But it turned out the following day, they released the stats, and crime was up 45%. And what a shame. What a shame. We really need a fair press in this country. If we have a fair press, that's going to be 50% of the battle of bringing it back. But this is the city where I was born and raised, and this is the town that taught me that Americans can do anything when they want to. So no matter our differences, when we work together, there is nothing that we cannot achieve. From New York to Las Vegas, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Charlotte, from Atlanta to Detroit, this nation was built by generations of American patriots who gave everything they had for our rights, our future, and for our freedom. Through freezing cold winters and hot, scorching summers, through storms and setbacks and conflicts and danger, our American ancestors pushed onward, marched forward, and overcame every single obstacle that stood in their way. Together they crossed the oceans, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those mighty skyscrapers, built the highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and 9 days from now, it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of the USA. With your help from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, we will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love. We bleed the same blood We share the same home, and we salute the same great American flag. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never, ever back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, New York. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Start spreading.